think the Firebird 500 is the worst one to wash. Well, now, this ain't the deal. Come on, how to get over that far right line?
He stepped all over you when he...
Oh, okay, well, somebody's going dead key now. We already know who it is.
Probably that fat fucking... that cream puff. This me is probably gonna be a devil.
I mean, Bumpy.
That's idolatry, friend. Idolatry. That's too much. It's a shame, you know, people get people off and somebody has to do message things and damage their vehicle.
But they don't know how yanking antennas now like they used to.
Oh, if he keeps playing the game, things only escalate. They get worse and worse, right? My friends out there in the world, enemies and friends, and righteous people.
You can find it. It's called Citizens Band. And they show that people ripping down people's antennas and shit. That's crazy. It's kind of stupid. Today we all need to get along. That was back in the day. That was probably before you was even on the TV then.
Loud and clear. Alright, well anyway, Jim, show us here. Use the CIA stories. From back in the 20s and 30s. Yeah, and actually, too much audio. You'll see very quickly. Yeah, it starts like right at the edge of getting is of Satan. Get it? That's why you're all slaves. That's why your name is a... You're a straw man. All you people are straw men. Every single one of you people that boast and say I'm a god. No, you're a straw man. The Vatican owns you, you dumb fuck. I hear that mudball radio. I should say ignorant. Ignorance is lack of knowledge. Because you know what? Dumb means the capacity to know. Dumb means. Look that up and correct me. Somebody could call me back and correct me on that real quick. Oh, shit, man. You know, and this is the weirdest thing. All these couples out here. You know who owns the pornographic industry, my friends? All you men out there? It's the fucking Jews. They're not even Jews. Man, just eating some dinner, keeping it real. Come on. Oh, shit.
Yeah, show up. Clearly. Cutie.
Don't care about that.
Cutie.
Listen here, invisible man.
Exactly.
The only thing little about me is my wiener. This happened to his mom, which is called Strawman Victory on the airways today. And I mean that in all.
He said, and he means it in all.
So is your... Uniform Commercial Code strawman. Your driver's license. If you don't believe what I'm saying, take a look at your driver's license.
1977.
Oh, I understand. Yeah, I'll go on.
Uniform Commercial Code strawman. What does illegal fiction mean? Fiction mean? It means something dead. That's not true. Fiction. Legal. What does legal mean? Study the law book.
Screaming loud,
Legal dead entity. Get it?
Oh, yeah.
Every one of you people out there in America, when you
Switch on the top like mine.
if you don't understand that and you think
That feels a little hot.
see the light, my friends.
Yeah, that's a lot better than
We were going to war from 1871. Everybody's still playing box. How does
Flush now.
I know there's educated people out there. I know they are. I know what I know.
Yeah, I still got them between an hour and an hour.
You still hear me? 776 over here.
Let's look at that war. The wrong side. They finance both sides. Ulysses Grant.
Back in the bushes, BME 776.
I'm not going to mince words on you there. That's all. Fear. That's how they catch you. Are you? Really? You ain't got no contact. You want to talk about how listen to what's coming. That's all. What I think.
Yeah, boy.
Without now. A snake. It looks like a damn reptile. Anybody know that? Wow. You got the ball. That's the ball. Singing inside of a snake. That's really what it comes down to. Hey, Taylor, you got it all. We should have sold her all for You gotta have the Christ inside you. In order to see these things, you gotta look at it with a spiritual eye, discerning eye. That's how you see these things.
Everybody was 804 Ramrod in the Great Lakes.
Gnashing of teeth, and they were telling Noah he was a crazy person until the flood came. Yep, people. The flood came.
got that purple bulldog right in your ass. Big house is still out here. Welcome to through the country.
People out there. The bears, with the bad. And they're evil spirited people. Evil. An attack on our radio shack. And I swear, total contact, they take that chances of that. Shack with no problem. You have no guilty contact. I'll walk away while you breathe. I just want to let you people know that I don't have no speaker on my radio. I can't hear radio. You know, my speakers are I can do. What do you have with you? You know? Yeah, I think I took it on purpose, I guess.
We're not plotting again.
I don't want to hear all them
I drive hard for my money. I drive hard for my money. I drive hard for my money, and I got my hammer down.
And you know what? My friend, I got to do the will of my father.
Well, I don't say too much of anything, or else the old lady will get mad at me.
Didn't have nothing to do with genetics, did it now? FCC on here. Anybody can come and handcuff me here. I'm waiting for you guys to come and handcuff me because I'm out here on the airways. I'm just telling you. Nothing yet, so keep on coming. You can hit me with an energy weapon or maybe poison my water well or, come in the middle of the night at 4 o'clock in the morning like the Stasi's. I know who you are. I know who you are out there, people.
Well, you know what they say, a lot lizard in the truck's worth 2 in the lot.
You see, got it.
Scott Miller,
You gotta act. You gotta act.
Well, I hope it's not grilled cheese. Oh, no.
Y'all look good back to the gateway there. I didn't see nothing to bother you.
Just clapping their hands, drinking champagne, and watching us in underground cities.
Alright, y'all be careful.
Cattle. So fuck you, stupid. We're destroying them and they don't even know it. You people out there.
Gary Boyer.
Players only love you when they're playing.
Bus midget stripper. at the 113. 113 has those transvestite midgets.
You all right over there? Broke down big truck. I think he's on the other side taking a shit. Broke down big truck 279 over 6, eastbound 44.
607's on standby.
The research that you do, that's your proof. You keep digging and digging and digging. And then when you come to a person because he that might be in the camera or that you need to go nugget. Just look at John.
What's wrong going on?
Can anybody?
Don't you there, boys? You going home with your own. I'm thinking like where you started out, you damn old stoner. You started late. Here and parked it all. You're still not about 12-hour phone off the truck.
Now, who the hell is this guy Roger I'm always hearing about?
Royal.
Started home since you got that other wagon there.
Yeah, Roger's been around for a long time.
Royal.
One more stop for the night. I need to make
I hear that Houston, Texas over here in St. Louis, Missouri, 314 read your mail.
Hey, 314-666 Oklahoma waving.
Oh, hell, 666 still in there walking the dog, kicking the cat, blowing the smoke over here in St. Louis. Woo! Get it done, 666.
Hell, I'm pointed up that way on the flat side. Come on.
Man, I want to have me a tower one of these days.
This works out pretty good, having that 4-element on the flat side and about 9 foot above it. Penetrated 500, the old school one that was made out of thick material. Works pretty good.
Yeah, about a 60-foot antenna tower on my property. It's got it's a 4-legger. It's got 4 legs on it, but it was down due to a tree, so I'm trying to figure out how to get that thing back up.
Damn it. Damn trees.
That's right. Just right up.
Well, it appears it's over. Get away. Or get me wrong. No, 1316 here in Illinois. You got a copy on you?
What the hell? It says 40 channels between 26,965 and 27,495 are allocated for CB communications. Now what the hell? What kind of bullshit? That's more than 40 channels.
There's people up there just talking away up here. Like out there, like you said, out there, that's DX playing. Right, just like this.
I'll get you to go up there and talk on it.
Hell yeah, that's too. Well, I was reading about this guy in Rockford, Illinois. He's in it for $50K. Apparently, past couple of years, they keep going to them. But it says here 40 channels between channel 1 and channel 27,495. I don't know what the hell they're talking about here. That shit don't make no sense. That's way more than 40 channels, though.
Yeah, it's almost another 50 channels.
Bring it over quick, Trip.
49 more channels.
Yeah.
Are you stoned? Are you feeling good? Bring it low out here.
Ain't no people out here. 40 channels more. Well, that's why I ran a 102-inch whip on my truck, because I could go down, I can go up, I can go 40 channels.
Get down.
To the left, to the right. Yeah, but you put a 100 whip, man, you can whip everything in town.
Today's a good day to put an antenna on an 80-foot tower.
They use the word apparently a lot in this stuff here.
Apparently.
Well, he apparently did this and apparently did that. So they ain't too for sure, but they're going to put a $25,000 fine on him. I guess they're on channel 39. That's what it's saying.
I was actually trying to get a hold of a real estate operator right before real estate losing
Somebody up there acting up.
Yeah, I'm sitting there reading all this stuff, and this guy's been getting, he got a, it keeps going backwards. Hell, this was in like 99, they got him for $14,000, and it's got 2021, I think 2022, 2011, and then last year and this year.
Dang, what's he doing?
I guess they're saying apparently, this is their words, apparently he's playing noise toys and dead can for over 30 minutes and all this stuff, but this is all apparently what they're claiming.
And then that one guy does it all day long.
Yeah. Oh no, I was reading on here, this guy, they said he contacted the regional director, Region 1, and he denied all the allegations, but stated someone had placed a milk crate containing a battery-operated transmitter at the corner near his house, and he found it, and found similar items on prior occasions. They advised him to submit information in writing along with photographic or other documentation, and he promised he'd send written response, but he never done so, and da-da-da-da-da. I don't know, I looked it up, and it showed his little Honda Accord he's driving with his magnet mount antenna on top of it.
Man, I really did. I feel the love every time he keys up.
Not sure who he is.
Looks like a politician to me.
in 2011, he was transmitting music and sound effects from a CB station installed in a U-Haul vehicle.
420, no doubt about it. 420 the Rockies. We're going to see what it's all about.
It seems to me there's stuff here. If you got a good lawyer, I mean, hell, I ain't no lawyer, but at reading this shit, it's all speculation. They have no hard facts, no proof that this guy did any of it. But I don't know. They put in there, our field guide used directional finding techniques. They didn't use nothing. They knew where the motherfucker was at.
Damn it, hell, getting on down there, U-Haul.
That's like that bullshit when they come over here. He's we use directional finding. Bullshit, motherfucker. That jackass where he was at before he came here told him where I live. Which they already knew where I lived. But they put it on paper like they did something or whatever.
Yeah, they gotta make themselves look good.
Yeah, gotta justify their big paychecks.
And they don't issue license for CV, so they keep coming, well, the rules and regulations, well, you don't give license out. So what the hell are you talking about, rules and regulations?
Yeah, take that shit on down the road.
I don't know, they're using all this shit from 1933.
Jeez, and they tell us to quit living in the past.
I'm hopping off the big road. Out here, northbound 55, looking good at 270.
Damn. They said old Leon could get up to $23,727 each violation for each day of continuing violation, and up to a statutory maximum of $177,951 for a single act or failure to act.
What the hell?
I guarantee you ain't no fucking body talking on the CB radio got that kind of goddamn money.
Can't even make it to the interstate. So what'd you do today? You got to sit up on out here for we prefer
How much did you say?
Damn, then they they changed it on him on this here. The commission rules sets a base forfeiture for each violation for each day. $10,000 for unauthorized operation and $7,000 for interference. The Bureau has determined that Leon operated without authorization and engaged in willful and malicious interference on June 21st, 22, October 21st, 22. What the hell? Yeah, I looked this dude up because they just did it. They just sent him another one here last month.
beautiful title. The people are researching the killing targeted terrorists. About it, Screaming Eagle, you out there?
Targeted terror. Conducted killings of targeted terrorists.
They're saying that Section 333, ain't that a coincidence, was added in the Act in 1990, providing explicit statutory prohibition of willful malicious interference, therefore enhancing and facilitating the Commission's effort to address the remedy of interference cases. In the reports on the legislation, both House and the Congress specifically cited Citizens Band Radio. Now, how many of them motherfuckers do you think up in Congress and all that shit, the Senate, know anything about Citizens Band Radio? They probably don't even know anything about it except for what they seen in the movie.
Yeah, that's crazy.
About it, Screaming Eagle. About that, Screaming Eagle. Got a copy. Breaker. Breaker.
And it says they don't take checks or money orders anymore. You got to get online and pay them that way. Automated Clearinghouse. ACH is what they're calling it. Automatic Clearinghouse. That's when they debit from a bank account or by wire transfer from a bank. The Commission no longer accepts forfeiture payments by check or money order. So they want you to connect them to your bank account so they can clear your shit out.
Hell yeah, they ain't dumb.
Well, spank my ass and call me Lucy.
And see, that shit right there, dude, them going after that guy, why don't they go on Channel 6 and clean that shit up? Them guys, Channel 6, 11, and not so much 28, but that 6 and 11, the tracks, yeah, they want to do something to them motherfuckers bleeding all over the goddamn country and shit.
No shit, 'cause they're damn sure running some fire.
Oh, you know why? 'Cause they're black. 'Cause they would play the victim card. Oh, you just coming after me 'cause I'm black.
Yeah.
Yeah, here's another one. Dude, this motherfucker he must know what's up. 'Cause apparently he ain't paying them anything. He's ignoring them. Which, if you dig into it, they don't issue license. There ain't nothing in there like they used to put in there. They quit issuing license, so, all the ones I've looked at, this dude's probably, I don't know, probably $500,000 by now.
Didn't they used to have to have a license back in the days?
Yeah, Yeah, you had to fill out that. It was in like what was in that radio. It's got all the card and all that shit you fill out to get your call sign for CB radio.
Yeah, I remember just reading that.
They quit issuing license, but they still want to enforce the rules that was with that license. Like, and it's I don't know. Don't make no damn sense. It's entrapment.
Issuing the license.
Can't make a law and then tie people's hands behind their back. That's against the law.
Tapped him on the back and said,
Well, that's the way the government operates.
What year did they quit issuing license, Nate? What, like early 80s, mid 80s probably?
Beetlejuice, what's for dinner?
Think that Taco Bell.
Taco Bell?
The world Smoking Joe is tonight. Probably passed out on the floor. He might just be.
Yeah, come on.
I can't figure out how I'm talking. I think I might be crazy.
Hey, Top Gun, look around the bucket. See a Top Gun? Boy, look here, looking at the creek. Yeah, man, I'm hearing everybody from Maine, Texas, Arkansas, here in doggone Tennessee on the radio. So it's a doggone train wreck. Sure enough is, but it's using my radio. Good,
Hey, Buffalo, did you get my train over there?
Top Gun 123. Oh, ice cream.
Roger, right on.
Time wave, I'm back quiet.
What did he say? Are you talking to Top Gun out there? The old Mud Duck Top Gun? You know Top Gun, he's a mud duck.
Okay, dead for.
Appreciate it.
Well, I don't.
Damn, it's freaking... Damn it. It says they stopped issuing license for CB radio on April 28th, 1983.
I never worried about it.
I was reading on old Bolt sent me this picture of this guy, said he got busted. So I looked the dude's name up and found all the notice, the forfeiture things, and this dude's into him for probably around probably $500,000 by now.
Damn, what the fuck did he do?
Says he's on channel 39, Dead Ken and all kinds of stupid shit, you know, normal stuff we hear out here all the time.
Yeah, well, might not be long, they'll be over knocking on Gary's door.
Yeah, this dude, it went from like in the 90s all the way through the 2000 shit. He just got another one last month for $25,000.
We know if Gary gets hit like that, it'll be the end of him.
Apparently this guy ain't paying either, so he must know what's up. It's a bunch of bullshit, because I was reading in the deals, instead of saying we got him dead to rights, you know, we got evidence, it's apparently he's doing this. It's apparently. Like on mine, they put, because I had that meter and all that, they assume, and apparently, well, you know, apparently, we don't know for sure, but apparently, but we assume that that's all their wording in that shit, dude. That's bullshit.
I'm just telling you, well, until you get your assumptions fucking up here, documented deal, you may leave.
All you damn drivers out there whining and crying and bitching and moaning, and you got a bunch of flip-flop drivers out doing you. I don't want to hear no bullshit.
What? You got them old flip-floppers out there?
Six-way.
Mr. 20 on the flip-flop.
I ain't never seen a damn black car. Oh no, he didn't want no bullshit, eh?
Yeah, they refer to him as I guess it's Jamie John Leon. They call him a owner and operator. He's a owner-operator of a Citizens Band radio service. They got all kinds of new words they've come up with. Way they're wording stuff. It's not straightforward like it used to be. Now it's like beating around the bush and they ain't for sure about what they're talking about.
Yeah, that way they can try this little loophole catch-22 shit on you.
Exactly what it is.
Well, let's see, it says here it can be taken as 15 different things, and you fall into one of them 15 different things.
This 2 day, it's on Facebook. Says busted. I hear he was using CW on CB radio.
I hear that walkie-talkie there. Sure do hear that walkie-talkie. Texas,
Damn, that old boy up there in St. Louis, Missouri, up there trying to get a hold of walkie-talkie.
Just trying to work his old pride, Baker.
What'd you say on it for, Beetlejuice?
What?
Camel feed on what? How about the slam?
Boy, I remember this shit as a kid. A couple of cinder blocks and a scrap of plywood, and all of a sudden you were Evel Knievel. Do what? Oh yeah, they ain't one of us our age, man, say they didn't. If they did, they're lying.
Hell yeah, I'd go 4 or 5 cinder blocks sometimes.
You're gonna have to speak up into that microphone.
Said I'd go 4 or 5 blocks sometimes.
Oh shit, we were just fucking going out here to the dirt trails with our fucking motorcycles and doing it for real. At age 5.
I used to have one of those Evel Knievel motorcycle things. You used to pull the red cord and let it go. Yeah, that was cool too.
Oh yeah. Shit, I had a thing called the Yamaha 60. You kick-started it. 4-speed transmission, all straight down.
Snowman.
Yeah.
Was it white?
No.
I was saying my cousin, they had 2 of them little 50 Yamahas. They were white and black.
No, back then they were either kind of a golden color with black stripes or brown with black stripes.
Yeah, I don't know what year there was, but they had a matching set. Him and his brother, my 2 cousins, up there in Lamar, Missouri, had them little 50 Yamaha. I think it was 50. It might have been an 80, 50 or 80 Yamaha. I remember they were white. They were white with the black writing.
No, them had to been in the 80s. We're talking something from the late 60s. And they were 60cc motorcycle, 2-stroke, single cylinder. Well, ain't no shit. I seen one down here today in a motorcycle shop here a couple years ago. Looked just like the one I had when I was a kid. Even my ass as old as it is, big as it is, I just went over and just kind of straddled it and sat on it. And man, this brings back memories.
Boy, look at this baby drive.
I know the big for it now, but it was just, it walked me back about 50 plus fucking years.
Radio, but it identifies. My little radio identifies as a big radio. Hello?
And that's exactly where my little Yamaha 60 came from, was that A&A motorcycle.
Fuck haters! If you ain't got haters, you ain't getting no shit.
Oh shit, man, I grew up on motorcycles. Time I was 13, I was riding street machines.
I've never had a license to drive a car, but I used to do motocross and shit like that when I was younger, but yeah, I remember those days very well.
Yeah, we ran motocross out here when they had the tracks and shit out here about 59. We ran them back then when we was kids. And the shit just went off into me riding big street bikes time I was 13. You know, fuck. Hell, I've had 750 Hondas, 500 Yamahas. Hell, I used to run around doing wheelies on full dress fucking 1100 Yamahas with fairings and bags and everything.
Well, you know,
You're the wrong game driver.
some big, you know, dirt bikes and a few street bikes too. But when it all breaks down to it, the coolest damn motorcycle I think I ever had was a little YZ. That little sucker was quick, boy.
Yeah, I kind of favored to my Hondas. At my age, hell, if I had the money, I'd go get me a Goldwing. But the way people drive now, they were bad enough back, shit, 40 years ago. Now, you add cell phones to it and shit, more distraction. Nope.
Well, he's got a real nice bike. It looks a lot like a Goldwing. But when you pull up to a stop sign or something like that, the kickstand comes down automatically and holds you up. And then when you rev the RPM, it releases it and goes back up.
You know, I like the Goldwing motorcycle. They've been American made, even though they are Hondas, but they've been American made since day one. Bakersfield, California.
I would like to have a chopper, like an Easy Rider, one of those kind of.
Bump it up on the walkie-talkie. I can't even hear who you're talking to.
Shit, I just want an old man bike if I was going to ride again. Something low to the ground, easy balance, with a guy in a nice fucking seat. And ain't got to kill yourself reaching the handlebars.
Well, I haven't seen choppers around in a long time, man. I hope they make a comeback.
It's all a personal preference.
I like cruise.
Says the Honda Goldwing is in Komoto, Japan. Previously moved from Marysville, Ohio. In 2012, it moved to Japan. Previously assembled in Ohio from 80 to 2010, when the motorcycle production were halted.
When they first started making those in '68, they were out of Bakersfield, California.
Yeah, that Harley I was talking about, that's a 2000.
All right, boys, I'm sorry about that. I was
2019, I think it was.
Roger. Yeah, I wouldn't want a Harley.
You're right. I'm pretty sure.
Are you ready for this?
At the same time.
Hey, tell you dirty little secret. As long as I was around the motorcycle world and shit, Harley's the last fucking bike I'd want to buy.
Much longer. She can't hold it. She's in there rubbing her eyes. Hey, she got to go to bed.
Well, as much as I like Harley, I like Indians better.
Yeah, I could agree.
I've seen some motorcycles that I've ever seen.
Oh, did you set him straight?
Shit, I'd rather have a Triumph or a BMW.
Which one's back? Or get it back empty. What do they got in the
Or an old Royal Enfield.
That is nothing. It's
I told him that shit he said about my dog the other day. You know what a Harley and a pit bulldog have in common?
Says the Honda Goldwing from 74 to 79 was in Japan.
That's what I thought. They was all Ford made. But they both like to ride in the back of the truck. A Harley and a pit bulldog. Hell yeah. Now Goldwings go back further than 74.
That's the first generation, the Goldwing GL 1000. It come out in 1975, but they produced it, made them in 74.
See, I didn't hear both of y'all at the same time.
It's never going to end.
It's funny, I don't even hear 102 with snakes skied up. No, actually, I'm farther from you, but actually I'm farther from Snake. Yeah, 102. He's pretty well straight north of you.
Okay, whichever direction that might be.
North.
Yeah, but you know what? Honestly, I have no idea what north, south, east, and west is from where I'm sitting.
He's north of 44th Street, and you're down there about 59. I'm between you and a Petro.
And I believe every word y'all are saying except for one.
Oh, Moondog.
I have no idea what.
Where you my hand, bud? Good you hear you in there. Yeah, Petro's up at Reno. That's a big long shop between there and there. You're about a mile and I'd say mile and a quarter, mile and a half away from Moondog. I mean, you're both just on the west side of Bryant, but Moondog's north of you.
Moondog's a whole lot louder than Rattlesnake. I do have to say that, but I think Rattlesnake pretty good too.
All you want, but all you're going to do is get on down with your back.
But quite honestly, this is an order here. I hear Moondog better than both of you. Snowman, I hear you better than I do Rattlesnake.
Yeah, it depends a lot on which way Snake's got his beams pointed. 4.5 miles.
I'm on my ground plane.
Me.
I hear you guys really good when you're not keying on each other. When y'all key on each other, all I do.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, he just did it to you.
It says right here, no, Honda Goldwings were not made in California. They were manufactured in Marysville, Ohio from 80 to 2010.
With that fancy.
Yeah, from what year?
From 1980 to 2010 is the only time they were put together here in the U.S., and that was in Marysville, Ohio.
Wow, that's some weird shit.
Hey, whatever happened with HY Electronics? They're not in business no more from what I hear.
Who?
HY Electronics?
They ain't been in business in over a decade or so.
That's too bad. That was a good company. I went through them probably just as much as I've been through copper.
I tell you, I miss his Radio Shack. Man, I miss him. Just picking up little knickknacks.
Yeah. It said 2011, the tooling being transported from American factory to back over to Japan. They took their shit back.
You know, that's like your ball caps. A damn ball cap, most of them come out of Japan and China.
Where everything's made. Hell, this country, that NAFTA shit, that's what set it off. Now they copy everything and sell it back to you.
Yeah.
But I'm going to ask you a question as far as my audio goes. I'm fixing to do something, but I'm going to take you for your word. Tell me what the change is in the audio on this radio. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is there any difference that you're into all?
I can't tell no difference.
You can understand me still just as well, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, when it comes to audio and stuff, 9 times out of 10 it's on my end because my hearing is not that great.
I just hooked up this little 50-watt modulator, so, you know, it definitely went, but we might be too close to the difference in the signal.
And I can have my CB on and lay down on the couch here and lay on my left side on a pillar. I can't even hardly hear my CB, but if I lay on my right side, hell, it's too loud.
Says they had their first office in Los Angeles, California, but they didn't make anything there.
Remember, I used to go to Houston, that Harley Davidson dealer down there in Dallas. Man, that place is always lit up, even in the middle of the night.
Got waves across the lake.
Who's that Top Gun out there catching that hell?
Alright, so this right here should be at least a little bit better. 10-4.
Where in the hell over there, Junebug?
Worldwide hillbilly Cadillac got
Roger, Moondog, right back at you.
Junebug, you have a good night out there, okay?
Yeah, I'm fixing to go outside right now.
I can't go outside. If I let my dogs outside, they're going to bring the damn mud in my house.
I'm fixing to go out here and chase some storms.
Having a hard time pulling you out over that static I'm getting over here, though, but I heard you.
So I'm fixing to go outside and chase some storms.
Now, Junebug, why would you do that?
I'm a storm chaser.
Is that your new profession?
Yeah.
You ever bring Odin over for you? He'll go storm chasing with you.
Who that?
I'll bring my dog over with you. He'll do some storm chasing with you.
I guess he's riding the wagon.
He probably would enjoy that. ones I said last night I was going to go check out that Pride thing, I ain't ever going again. I'm good. That shit was, no thank you, I'm good. I don't like it over there. I had some motherfuckers over there trying to flirt with me. I'm good.
keep repeating it. Law enforcement. Don't like that either. Don't deny you want to see police officers murder in their heads. How about that screaming idiot out there? Well, hell yeah. Death penalty at 1996, and so did the bill.
607's waving.
Can't believe I'm still getting all that damn noise on my radio.
Oh yeah, I can hear them. All I hear is zzz, zzz, and then all their nonsense that they're talking about.
Oh, Roger, right on. Old Top Gun out there.
Prosecutors' cameras.
Notice why he's not getting enough attention. He goes to talking about the big
Hell yeah, the corrupted state of Chicago.
Sorry, says Ronald, but pedophiles get him. They probably how about that murder under law?
Hey, you're out there?
The murder of pedophiles. Prosecutors, judges, government elected officials were to be killed.
So, any of you guys remember I said I was going to that Pride thing yesterday on Northwest 36 and 39?
Employment.
Hell yeah, on the damn corrupt ass sumbitches.
I agree with that.
It's a conspiracy, I tell you.
How about a radio check on 355 up there in Illinois? Wanting a radio check on 19.
Come on with the radio check. 666 Oklahoma, giving you a radio check. Come on.
If you can hear me, the radio's working loud and clear.
I guess Illinois ain't got no ears out there. 666 around Oklahoma, and I'm back out.
I love the map.
Must be they don't, 666. Obviously they got city service.
55 up here in Central Illinois was looking for radio.
So I'm trying to give you a radio check. Come on. I guess you ain't got no ears. You ain't got no ears for a radio check.
Well, I got ears on my head. This 355 is still in
Ain't no doubt about it. 355 666 in Oklahoma City waving.
Getting there, so I guess this radio, little Cobra 29, I guess it's doing its job. No comment, don't give back.
I hear you out here in Oklahoma, no doubt about it.
I hear you're out in Oklahoma too.
Oh man, Oklahoma.
Out here on this flat side around OKC, and I'm getting on down. I got a copy on East Central Illinois. Come on. Guess I ain't getting that over.
I got.
Oh, Roger, right on. No doubt about it.
Predators of this country, they don't care. That's why they say blah, blah. Blah, blah means you don't care about your rights to live. It's true. Blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah means predators don't care about their rights to live. We will...
Hell yeah. There's the corrupt state of Chicago out there. Got them fucking morons running the show out there in Chicago. It's a Democrat. It's a Democrat shithole.
Why should we comply with your human rights? Why should we comply with your human rights? Fuck you. We're not going to comply with your human rights. We're going to amplify, modernize your human rights, and assist you in your own self-destruction, termination of your right to exist. The terminating of your right to exist is a legal and lawful mental right. Legal, lawful, mental, fundamental freedom, unfortunately.
Stop at a truck. Check the mark. Radio check on 29, anybody? 355 up here in Southern Illinois.
Instant coffee is gross.
That way, buddy. I ain't seen nothing about it. You're still here, being that early, I'm about to get anywhere between 4:30 and 6.
I'm just going to bed at 6:30 in the morning.
Did you have to let it linger in your leg? Let it splatter.
Whoa, man, was that wind blade out there?
not at all. Your radio is twisting. Corona land, corrupted state of Chicago County.
You know, their heads are shaped like that. All right, enjoyed it. Good night.
Oh, we got some international deals.
I'll wrap it in that. You got it?
I can't believe it. I'm working at that low. Here's 678. I think that's 678. That's a good one, right? You 678. Your audio is just real low. I've heard you out there before. I recognize your numbers. Your audio is just real extremely low. Ah, 278 out of Florida. 278 out of Florida. That's where you're at. I'm trying to crap this down here in Florida, top of the beautiful evening, corrupted state of Chicago, counting more dead. Down in northern Florida. Conditions are rough. I do hear you.
Do what?
Florida.
Oh, did you do it, huh?
607's waving at all of you.
Hello, 607.
So I am never going to that Pride event again. I had some motherfuckers trying to hit on me over there.
Well, that's because they know the thing when they see it, but that don't mean they can have it.
I don't want to be with no transgender person. I'm good.
Jungle fever?
Yeah, I'll be right back, okay?
What the hell? There's that damn Top Gun I hear old Top Gun out there, come on. Damn it.
I did, I cut off.
Sounds like you've had a long day.
I don't know if he can hear you or not, 607.
Probably not. Since I've got hit with the rainstorm, my stuff's going in and out lately.
You're right.
I know for a fact that...
How about that Top Gun, come on?
I don't think we heard that.
Yeah, the tornado signs over here by my house went off about 4 times.
Hey, I'll be right back, okay? Give me a couple minutes.
How about that Shermy Jr., come on?
Don't start that stupid shit, Nate.
Well, I was wanting to know if you could hear me or not.
Over here in Tennessee.
Just checking, just seeing if you could hear me, old Bert.
Configure. I gotta reconfigure my watch. Hey, Snake, don't start that shit. What are you doing? Where's your little fucking Gary Bears?
I don't know, that son of a bitch is probably still over there fucked up staring at the wall.
I'm pretty sure he needs Domino's pizza at 11 o'clock tonight. What do you think?
I don't know, he said he don't eat pizza.
Alright, I don't know either, man. Yeah, I've heard you all night, but I couldn't get to you, man. Everything was going east. But, working this ground plane, you gotta do what you gotta do. Anyway, 666 Rattlesnake, OKC. Hope everything's well and well with you out there with the storms and all that kind of shit. And, waving a big old hand.
Hell, I'm on the flat side over here. I heard you on the ground plane. I flipped over, but no doubt about it. Wave my hand to you out there.
No, I'm gonna hope all you honks out there in the OKC land is doing well as well. We need you from every damn bed. God, man, we about wide open right now. Early morning, 4 o'clock.
Oh, Roger, right on. Well, there's probably some shit coming towards you out there. Just pass through here. They'll probably be there tonight or tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, they say it's coming in Thursday morning, so we'll see. It's gonna be a bunch of rain. Don't fuck us up. So, we'll see what happens. But they say, good to hear you, my brother, for another month. Out there in the OKC, the loudest, most badassest motherfucker in Oklahoma City. I said it right there, your Top Gun got down.
Hey, get on my page and look at that video. It's probably on a short or whatever, I don't know, but I recorded it today at work when that storm come in. That shit was almost like some hurricane force wind shit. It was fucked up.
That's on the same page as your videos, right?
Yeah, it's on my Rattlesnake 1999. It's on my YouTube channel.
Alright, I'll check it out today. No doubt about it. Good to hear you. You know when I'm back.
Hell yeah. Go ahead, radio check.
So we think we're going to be able to see it.
Arm hole. Yep, I'm doing it now.
Someone's trying to work it out there. Well, I can hear somebody else trying to make it through, but I'm not sure if it's talking to me or not. We're in Antioch, Illinois. That's about it. Seen it.
But what makes so bad, they're like neighbors who make 3 houses apart from each other and they got power each other. That's ridiculous.
fucking loud. Well, you goddamn right. You must have some gold transistors or gold tubes or something. Leprechaun, Oklahoma, your top gun, West Tennessee way.
Dude.
Well, I tell you what, Leprechaun, it's damn sure working. Out of the black gold, ain't no doubt about it. Leprechaun, your top gun, Taco Tuesday way. From the West Coast to Tennessee, on the Ohio River, your top gun waving in Tennessee breaking. One, Tennessee.
Yeah, I'm guessing we're going to get pretty much skipping here in the next couple of days, I'm sure.
How about that mud duck over in West Tennessee? Come on. Don't you fucking start with me. Don't you do it. Don't you do it talking about the mud duck shit. God damn it. Don't do it. I hear you over there at West Tennessee mud duck, Dr. Bob waving. I hear you out there, Dr. Bob waving back.
Yeah, can you hear my talk back?
Oh, yeah.
Talk back.
I know one thing. I heard that one guy out there in Tennessee. Damn, those skip lands, some weird shit here past couple hours.
Yep.
Had Missouri coming in there and all kind of shit.
Ten, four.
Hello, 135 Southeast Georgia. Ain't no doubt, Dr. Bob waving back.
Yeah, that's what I heard you in there, you want to wait.
All right, Gravedigger, good to hear you out there for sure. 73, Dr. Bob, 258, Oklahoma City. I'm gone.
Have a good night there, Dr. Bob. No doubt about it.
blame you. You got like the head real good or just a little bit? Maybe turn it back just a little bit more. Yeah, I tell you what. There you go. That's good. There's actually an 82.5 northbound driver. Well, it's going to be bad weather. First time I talked to her all week. Make sure you disconnect it. Out here, Campo. Get back out about 3 or 4 o'clock. All right, here. Time to check. What do you do there, too? Oh, it's working great, Campo. Till we got down that low spot. I could hear him a little bit that low spot, and then we got up on the hill. I couldn't hear him anymore. I can hear him great till he got to that low spot, and then I couldn't, like I say, after he got on the hill, I couldn't hear him. Yeah, one more. Good, it doesn't. Got to it, and what's your 20 in there? Sound like you're doing pretty good on that side. Mine ain't doing too good on it. Yeah, 10-4. What's your 20, Charlie? No matter what you do, you can't. 10-4. I tell you what, he can't come, I got it right there where it's at. Yes, it will. Southeast Georgia, Statesboro, Georgia. You take care of yourself on that end, the old grave digger. We're back quiet.
pulling that wreckage, eh? He's going through this, I show him. He's going to tell me that they texted each other, and he asked about me, and he said I was doing all right and all that kind of stuff. And I said, northbound. Appreciate it, driver.
About it, Smoking Joe.
Oh, that was wrong. Yeah, I didn't know exactly where it was at. Just in case you didn't hear the other one.
Value to human life.
Yeah.
What's the 20 on the Tinkerbell?
Radio down, I guess I must start bringing the Tinkerbell into it. Got enough on that thing, new Tinkerbell. Yeah, G-Dub. Well, fuck around with it. What's your point in there? What's your purpose? He was out there earlier. Of course he heard it.
Hey, sure, it was probably all set.
He'll be run you off there. Damn, what you got your metal truck here? You know, southbound. I'm not just gonna sit over there and look for it. He's a little bit behind. I tell you what. Yeah, go ahead, son. Focus on. Now, good frame. Making up, then you got to make it.
Hell yeah. Hey, Screaming Eagle, you still out there or not?
Man, that motor's gonna lock up if you don't crank it every now and then.
Yo.
Yeah, that thing you seize up on you, then you're gonna be lost your good motor.
Yo.
And where's everybody at?
I have no idea. It's been real quiet.
I'm over here looking like this.
Hell yeah.
Looking all Chinese-eyed.
Getting that rain closed and everything,
Yeah, I'm hoping the storms are over with tonight.
just started misting again a few minutes ago.
Oh, is that right? Hey, do you know, are we supposed to get more rain tonight or what?
I'm ready to dig it. We're going for tonight. Rabble, rabble, rabble. There's somebody out there come back to me, I think. Yo, what's up, motherfuckers? Doing this? Ready to dig Southeast Georgia with that crap.
I knew there was a sandbagger or two out there, no doubt.
Steer your purple ass up.
All right.
You still being a little bitch. Is it fair to say Gary's a bitch?
Well, considering he's got one of the world's biggest camel toes, you're probably right.
Damn. Looking like Homer Simpson's lips, but black. Yo, Gary, what's up, boy? The man say you a dipshit. Right out there today. What? We'll spin for the goose, to spin for the game, the wine. Yeah. What we got out there tonight? Just so wrecked to make her vagina stretcher, come on.
I don't think Gary's got just a camel toe. What do you think about that?
Street other two out here in the cornfield, Chicago.
Hello, Chicago.
Out there in Chicago.
Yeah, we was out here walking the dog, waiting for the storm to roll through.
Yeah, Roger on that.
Out there in Chicago, come on.
What about the state of Chicago?
Yeah, you sound good out here, bro. No doubt about it. We're waving 4 fingers in a thumb.
666 in Oklahoma waving.
Old leopard dog making a trip out here in Chicago. We on the flat side, in the cornfield, waving. Bye, bye, bye.
What's for dinner?
Chicken pot pie. Chilling out, bro. Super hot out there, windy.
find them on radio.
Whoa, yeah.
Get off my antenna.
I was processing what you're telling me.
Oh, here comes.
What?
Pouring. How much is that doggy in the window?
Come over and look at it one day. Here, maybe tomorrow.
Give us 2 inches.
Everybody out there, man, the best they can is going.
Dogs in the house.
Oh, yeah.
Roger, yeah, pouring.
Yeah, we can stand there, nobody. That's cool.
Roger, I'm playing the ball game.
Good job there, cowboy. I see you.
Who is it?
Roger, is she being better? Roger. Yeah, I found a harness. It's probably too big for her. I know I have 3 different ones. A red one, a purple one, and maybe a black one. Said for you. They might act a little different when they got that on.
Are we having fun yet?
It's got to be like a hurricane out there. The wind.
Where'd you go there, hazardous pedophile, you fucking child murdering piece of shit fuck? Fucking cop killing piece of shit. Where'd you go?
Well, damn it.
Yeah, that's one of the other fucking convicted child murderers. Now they're wanted for assembling murder upon law enforcement officers. That's not very nice.
That's a hell of a deal.
That's the way we do it.
That's right.
What is that guy in the black gold, he used to say.
You got a daughter up there?
All around the world.
Thunderstorms don't
Oklahoma, we're having thunderstorms. Tomorrow will be raining.
The new invention, the Zippo lighter taser.
Oklahoma?
Yeah, I know. I got one too. Where the wind comes right up,
Zippo lighter taser. That's an interesting weapon.
she was already in it.
Coming down like a taxi whore.
Regina. No, I went down to that Johnny I got a picture.
The Hamburgers out there tonight.
So excited.
Look out, he had a lot of kitchen knives in his kitchen. He had like 5. He had 51 kitchen knives. Look out, I only...
No radio checks, bra twisting on its only. Your radio is a bra twisting, girl.
What? Oh, at Samstown. Yeah, I got a Milwaukee. Yeah, I got a Milwaukee with a 6-amp battery. He takes care of it. Get the fuck up out the way, nigga. Yeah, that's great. I got a bunch of shit to do here. Yeah, that's right. That shovelhead out there? Were you talking to shovelhead?
Looks like we might get a little rain today. Back it out, so to put it on, then I'll...
It's coming. You need a clapper. You need an old K40 antenna so you get this perfect length from the bed to the bench. Push the button. Right, you should be able to get out pretty good with that thing. You got a donkey on it?
Donkey, donkey, donkey.
Donkey, donkey.
Down my way,
What is that out there?
It's 666 out here in Oklahoma.
666, Oklahoma. Man, you're walking a dog out here in Chicago. No doubt about it. We're waving E72 out here.
Ain't no doubt about it. I'm pointed up that way on the flat side.
I'm out of 666 Oklahoma, 313 Northern Illinois.
No doubt about the 313 in Illinois. Wave my hand.
Hey, Roger 4, you're coming in here, treetop tall. 73's out that way, 313 is standing by.
No doubt. Must sound like y'all's over here where I'm at.
It's Airborne, same thing.
Yeah, Oklahoma's full of smoke over here in Chicago. No doubt about it.
Yeah, and I'm your neighbor too there, little green trace. It'll be over the lake. How you going, CJ? Okay.
You're pointing toward the northeast.
Dog and...
Damn it, man, Skip's still rolling, huh?
He's 10-4. Yeah, I'm working on a radio here. It's got me baffled a little bit.
Yeah, nice. Probably in here. A little bit smoke.
10-4, we'll catch you a little bit. 73, little green dragon, standing by.
This way.
That Slam needs to go to bed.
That's what I said. They're lying to us. They don't want us to have a nice time with, beautiful day. They want us to be slaves. Yeah, all this wind is that needs to go stay in the ocean for sailboats, not here, out in the middle of the country.
Mic check. 1. Mic check.
I'm going to start shooting Roman candles in the air because I'm so mad.
I'm not right behind you, no.
Waving a hand out to you, DX Slam. 102 Oklahoma City said that. Now back quiet.
SoCal?
Back in the garage, I'm not going to
I can finally hear you, Shovelhead.
New York or Jersey? Get a rope. What do you mean?
Yeah, you could, those downloads, you could turn them up. They sound really good. I found one that's for me, the 23 channel, but it don't work.
Next to New Mexico.
Yeah, I went to that car show. I seen the Jeep, but there was nobody around, so we kept on walking around.
Yeah, 10-4 on the walking around, no doubt about it.
Now's the time to get stoned.
Range radio check on channel 19. 355, you don't know.
That's all I'm asking. Is it 420 out there somewhere? Because I haven't heard anybody say it's 420 somewhere. Copy on your clock is stuck on 420. My clock, well, my one clock is flashing 1 o'clock. My other clock, well, the LED segments are all fucked up, so 420 Chesterfield Township. Damn right, it's on Granny. Out here.
I told you there's a big thunderstorm. Oh, is that still there?
Wave a hand, Dr. Bob. CFO Radio, Chesterfield Township, Michigan, is on the air. There's our little six-pack out there.
My receiver's getting blown up with all this skip. Did you say skip or dip? Show me, what kind of antenna are you talking on? What, it's aluminum, fiberglass? It's, what is it, like two-piece or what?
Some old truck driver said, they got no...
Down in the big town.
Piece of skip's gone now.
Where'd he go? Where'd the skip go?
Must be in your neighborhood.
I don't hear nothing.
I don't know where it went. Somebody in there said, I don't know. Yeah.
That's what I said. That's what I said. I don't know.
Got Indiana 524 here. We're waving a hand at you.
No doubt about the 524 666 around Oklahoma City waving.
Well, hello there, Oklahoma City. Yeah, you're sounding pretty good here in Indiana, man.
And pointed up to the northeast. I was on 19 talking to them guys in Illinois and Chicago were.
Got some pretty good skip here tonight overall.
Yeah, we had a long skip, short skip, all kinds of weird skip.
Oh yeah, after them flares, it's something new.
We had a bunch of storms come through here a little bit ago, or earlier. Yeah, it was pretty here had Missouri coming in here and all kinds of stuff. Usually we don't get them.
Yeah, the sky can do some weird things, man.
You got 445 Ohio here.
No doubt, waving 445 Ohio. Wave my hand.
You're sounding good here, man, in Ohio. Sounding real good.
Oh, right on this Mako 4-element on the flat side.
Well, you sure are sounding good. Have yourself a great evening.
No doubt about it. Alright, I'm gonna go back to my other channel. I just seen y'all talking over here. Run this SDR for receiver so I get to see all that stuff. Kaboo.
Alright, we'll catch you later, bud. Back to you, Wildcat.
It's been crazy today. I talked to Florida all the way up to Ontario, so yeah, it's all over. That last couple of days, but it's a good thing. Okay, you take care out there. You have a nice rest of your week. Night.
I know you're at. No doubt about it.
93, 357, white light in St. George, Vermont. We stand back in there. Nake, Michigan, standing by. 5150, Motor City, Detroit, Michigan, trying.
Yeah, we're just testing this out.
Hell, I just want to know if I'm getting out.
Here's that 150, Michigan. Here's that 150, Detroit. 357.
Out here on my AM radio and I'm getting on down.
With my 54 is Indiana area. 150, yeah, you're sounding. We're good talking with you. Have a great day. 73, 357. 357, Vermont, we'll get you here, 74.
Somebody out there eating a hot dog, or?
Damn dog.
Sucking on chili dog outside the Tasty Freeze. Go back.
Damn it. Don't eat the hot dogs.
Damn.
Yeah, don't eat the hot dogs.
They're green on the inside.
Green weenies, green weenies.
Hell yeah.
They got that slight purple bruised looking shit on them. It's kind of purple and green, all that, and there, yeah, don't eat that shit.
Sounds like a blue waffle to me. Okay.
You know, blue gum twinkle toes get blowed away.
Come on, I'm looking for Twinkle Blue Gum.
Yeah, wave my hand out there, Blade Runner.
Wave back.
I know one thing over at my job, that fucking wind was kicking it. My old lady said they got rain, but they didn't really get no wind. That shit was about to blow shit apart over there.
Yeah, I think it went through here just a little north of us.
I love the state of Chicago. We all got lightning.
The only thing I like blowing my pipe.
I don't know, that shit was going straight. It wasn't coming from up in the clouds hitting the ground. This shit was like going down the road. It's skipping off the top of the buildings. Looked like a fucking tornado.
Cool. Yeah, it may have been, Snake.
It could have been, 'cause it got pretty bad there for a minute. I was starting to worry the fucking roof's about to come off that shop. I went and asked my boss, but I said, you go out there and look at it? He goes, yeah, I went and shut the back door. He didn't know what the fuck was about to happen either.
Got a little wind.
Well, I've got on my cameras over here, and yeah, I didn't see anything. Damn it. Yeah, I don't know what the hell. My old lady said it wasn't like that over here.
That's pretty cool. You can see your cameras from where you're at.
Yeah. Yeah, it's on a app connected. It's connected to a server or whatever, but yeah.
All this shit coming in.
That's pretty cool. I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah, I got this one of them Chinese cameras I got off that Temu. I think Snowman had it. He's got a couple of them. You can put this app on your phone, and this one, you can rotate it up and down, side to side, turn a circle, zoom in and out, and night vision, and it's got a slot for an SD card in it. I think I got a 32 gig SD card in there. It records shit. It don't record all the time, just when something's moving or whatever.
I used to have a camera in my van, if I wanted to walk around the flea market, I could see what was going on while I was going, but I had to go back and, pull it up. On the camera,
Yeah, one, that Chinese camera. I got it screwed in where my back light was. I put a barn light up, LED barn light. That motherfucker lights up my whole backyard and my neighbor's yard and shit.
Damn it, light that trailer park up.
Hell yeah. Yeah, where my old light was, that's where I screwed that camera. And it's got that auto tracking. If it senses something moving, that fucking camera will turn over to it and follow it. It's pretty weird. When I first got it, I screwed it to a damn board and set it up, put it out underneath my carport. That shit was weird. You'd walk outside and walk past it, and that camera would fucking follow you.
I got a big spotlight like that out there in the pasture. Man, that thing goes off and on all night. I don't know if it's animals or the homeless, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know. Hell, mine. I got one of them LED floodlight things in the front too. Got the motion shit. That motherfucker's going on and off all the fucking time. But I tried to set it where it's like pretty close up into my yard, but hell, a car drives down the road, it'll come on.
So I was out there in the back one day, and he said, come here, I want you to look at something. I walked out there with him. Big old, it's during the wintertime there, big old patch of grass. Looked like a deer had been laying down there. I figured it was somebody homeless. But it was a nice bed in that tall grass.
Probably one of them Mexicans hiding.
You know, I've lost so much shit out there the last year or two that, hell, I can't even keep up with. I don't realize it's going until I go looking for it.
Oh, it's just fucking a retard again.
What'd you say?
What's that guy yelling about?
That's fucking, Bobcat Goldthwait and the retard.
Oh, the one over by the pervert trailer park.
What are you perverts talking about?
Wow, son. I sound like you got a dick scratch in your throat, boy.
You know, he kind of sounded like that dude that used to be out here a long time ago. He used to go nutty on the radio.
I need to settle the hell down.
One old big time. Went and looked up and found him over at the trailer park on Northwest Expressway.
I don't know, we're here pretty soon. As soon as he comes and gets it. Oh, old Big C will probably be back on here. He's gonna put his antenna back up.
Roger, Dodger on that. Is that who was needing the coax?
Yeah.
I probably got some over here, Snake. I just don't know how much you need.
I already got it.
Roger, Dodger.
You bought that cow wax, didn't you?
Yeah, that coax. Coax. Wax with a W.
Like COBC on here again. He's a lot of fun.
Hell, he said he gonna put it up. He hit me up the other day and asked me if I ever found some. He asked me a while back. The only person I knew was Driftwood, but he said he didn't have any more.
I run into him down at the Outer Club, been several years ago. Me and him sat there and talked for 30 minutes, and finally he said, "Who are you?"
Oh, good. I was over here playing hot potato with the mic. Oh, yeah. Heat it up 3 or 4 times, I heard it.
Yeah, I just spilled a can of beer. The first thing I grabbed was my mic, then I grabbed the beer and got hit that.
Well, you know you're drunk when you start talking into your can of beer and trying to drink your mic.
Boy, ain't that the damn truth.
Yeah, ain't grabbing Bud Light.
Well, these puppies get to playing, and I have my beer sitting on my little table. Man, they come through here playing, and I tell you what, it's like a bunch of fucking hogs.
Yeah, I can see that.
Or damned old dogs.
Hell yeah. They drive me crazy. They're getting too big. It's time for them to go. They're about 8 weeks old. Big Friday, they'll be 8 weeks old.
I know this one my old lady brought home the other day, well, a couple weeks ago, whatever. This motherfucker's already tripled in size.
That's what these guys are. The last 3 or 4 weeks since they started eating that puppy chow, man, they just started growing like crazy. And they eat like horses. They'll eat and puke and shit and eat more.
Hell, this, my dog over here, I started giving him what I didn't eat or whatever, or give him some of what I'm eating, and now the motherfucker comes in here and he'll sit there, woof, woof, and he'll turn around and want me to follow him. So I follow him. He goes to the kitchen and looks up there at the stove, because he knows there's still something up there.
That's funny. That's funny shit right there. Hey, I want some of that steak too.
Well, even today, my old lady fixed lasagna and shit, had some salad and all that crap, and I gave him a piece of it off my plate, and I was already done, and he's in there fucking looking up there, and so I fucking got him a damn piece and put some salad and all that shit in there and fucking let him eat it.
Hey, this dog over here, yesterday I was eating some watermelon and I threw the rind out there for that chicken. Something out back.
Don't be talking too much about salad, Gary. Be over there trying to toss it.
Oh shit. And if I'm sitting there, got something to drink, and I'll be eating the ice, that fucking dog he wants a piece of ice too. That dog eats ice. Not that kind of ice that fucktard does, it's just water.
Has anyone ever heard of a place called El Chilingo?
Oh, what?
It's a Mexican place on Southwest Penn called El Chilingo.
El Solito?
Chilingo.
I got a bad jumper over here.
It's literally like based on like Mexican wrestlers in WWE. Well, I just went there to get like a drink and like a torta, and I don't know what the fuck they put in their drinks, but I only had like 2 and I'm already fucking tipsy.
Yeah, keep hanging, Ken. I got a bad jumper or something.
I don't even want to know what the hell, they sell you like a whole pitcher of alcohol drink. I don't even want to know what the hell that does to me.
607, you're not old enough to drink.
The hell I ain't, I'm 28 years old, I'm old enough to drink.
Oh no, you're still wet behind the ears.
Nah, I walked home, because they're only up the street.
Not Jolinos, is it?
No, it's not Cholinos. It's called El Chilingo. They're right there in the plaza by where there's like a taco truck on Pennsylvania. They're right across from the pawn shop on Penn.
El Cerrado or something. Is it off of 44th Street?
Yeah, it's off of 44th and Penn.
Okay, I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, if you look at the front of their thing, there's like wrestlers painted on their roof.
So you walked over there?
Yeah, it's only about 3 blocks from my house.
Alright. What are you talking on?
I got a torta and some kind of alcohol beverage. I got 2 of the alcohol beverages, and I don't know how much fucking damn tequila and rum and vodka they put in it, but I seriously feel buzzed.
Are you talking about El Chilinga?
Yeah, that place. It's filled with wrestlers.
They're called El Chilango?
Chilingo. All I know is when I walked out of there, some dude that had the big-ass pitcher that they sell, which is like a 16-ounce pitcher, that motherfucker was slurring his speech and couldn't walk straight.
I can't hardly hear what she's saying. They got a bunch of static shit over here. Skip, bullshit, I don't know what it is.
A dude ordered a 16-ounce pitcher of liquor. It was like a strawberry liquor, like daiquiri, and that motherfucker was slurring his speech after like 8 ounces of it.
Elias or somebody's run their steam cleaner.
Yeah, Boulevard and 10, I think.
Of course, some old bride's got that Hitachi going. I still want to try that El Chilango.
Oh, they got good food. But fuck, their liquor's strong.
Is that where you said you went?
Yeah, that's where I went. It's up the street from me.
El Chilango?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I thought you were saying Cerrito or something.
Sorry, I'm a little tipsy from whatever the fuck they put in their liquor drinks.
Yeah, that place is supposed to be pretty good. Every time I go by there, it's so damn packed, I ain't even stopping.
Well, usually Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays, they aren't packed. But Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays, they're packed. And they're going to be packed this Thursday because of the Thunder game.
Hey, 607, I've been thinking about them jalapeno poppers wrapped in bacon ever since you talked about them the other night. So I got me some from Church's Fried Chicken, but they don't have no bacon on them.
I'll cook you some sooner or later. I still got some jalapenos sitting in the fridge. I need to cook some more. My dad ate all my jalapeno poppers. He didn't save me one bit.
Yeah, my niece used to cook them for Thanksgiving down there in Wilburton. That's the first time I ever ate them with cream cheese in them. After that, she always cooked them for me.
Yeah, I put cream cheese in it, and then I also take some Asiago shredded cheese and put in it too.
Check us out on YouTube, Facebook. Be sure.
Yeah, I ain't tried mine yet. I got some though in the microwave. I just wait till I finish my last beer, then I'm gonna chow down on Church's chicken and them poppers.
I'm about to chow down on this torta. Maybe it'll help get rid of my buzz that they fucking gave me, because I don't know what was in their alcohol beverage, but fuck. That shit gave me a buzz just off of 2.
Hell yeah. Well, I tell you what, is the food pretty good?
Oh yeah, this torta has like really good flavor. They take the El Pastor and put it on a long stick and cook it all day over a fire with a pineapple over top of it.
I ate at that place over on 36th in Robinson, or no, 36th in Walker, there, Grand Boulevard in Walker, that little Mexican restaurant. They got some damn good food in there.
The Cholinos.
Yeah.
Yeah, that Cholinos, I love their food too. I like their chicken tortellini soup.
I ain't been over a year, but boy, I used to get that and bring it home. That's a nice thing out there.
Every time I go to Cholinos, I get their chimichangas with their sour cream cheese sauce.
Yeah, I always get their tamales. I like their tamales. With extra cheese and onions on them.
Oh yeah, that sounds really good. The one over on off of Robinson and 44th, which is the main one, they're all boarded up, but the one on Grand and Walker, they're still open. I don't know why the main one closed.
Yeah, I ain't been in that over on Robinson in a long time. It's closed up, huh?
Yeah, we drove by there the other day and it's all closed.
I like the one on Grand better because it's easier, it's convenient getting in and out of.
Oh, now the other night we tried this place called El Primo. It's over there on Western. They sell you a whole damn chicken.
Roger that. Yeah, I know. Get back quiet here. These damn puppies are aggravating me tonight. I'm gonna have to get them to bed. I'll talk to you later. Have a good nowhere.
Yeah, I'm gonna go eat my torta.
Right out there, 285. Right out there, 285. Hello, breaker. I'm back.
Okay.
Roger, Inspector 7. Sounded good in Houston. Hope you're doing well, sir. Good to hear you. Yellow jacket, Gulf Coast with the way.
Right out there, 285. Hello, breaker.
Inspector 7. I know y'all get on that pretty damn channel, road style. What's your 20? Man. We're over here in Highland, Texas, right across from Bucky's on Interstate 10, yellow jacket with the
What in the world was that?
All right, Inspector, we'll see you on the 10th. Have a beautiful evening out there. Yellow jacket off the coast of Texas with the wind.
Beetlejuice went to bed.
All right. Getting up around Harlem. I ain't heard him. Like the Gulf Coast Swinger talking in the morning.
Joe Blade Runner. Yeah, he was out there for a 1 8. I come back, he's gone.
Yeah, 10-4. Well, maybe he turned in or on a good TV show.
Cuddled up next to Miss Kitty.
Probably. Come on. Figured out.
Around having safety stopping.
I thought that was Diesel Wagon talking. It's actually a radio, I guess. 669 up here in Northeast Corner. 5 minutes off the Canadian border. My birthday, at 74.
I guess that's it.
Did you put an adapter on your whatever that radio is, or did you just keep using the stock mic?
1240.
On this radio?
Is that whatever the hell it is again? Anytime?
Oh no, this is Connex 3300.
Yeah, your Anytone, did you buy a mic adapter, or did you just keep using the stock mic?
I just used the stock mic until the cord fell apart.
Yeah, 10-4.
Yeah, that mic's alright. It's got the up and down button. It's what I like, especially if you're driving.
Yeah.
War law application.
But the cord deteriorated and fell apart, wires hanging out.
Following application procedure.
Yeah. Probably the bad thing about it hanging like that.
Fill out an application to get a job, right?
You get pulled on all the time.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that pulled it. I had to redo the mic plug a couple of times. I reinforced it though with some heat shrink tape.
Yeah, 10-4.
Don said some microphone supposed to sound good on them.
Wonder which one?
I don't remember, it was 626 or I don't know, something, one of them mics.
636L.
Yeah, it might have been that.
Not a really big fan of those static 636Ls. Yeah, that's what he said, come on. Bastard.
Yeah, I finally wanted to turn the +3 up to mine.
Yeah, that's what he said, come on.
Can't change channels, but well, I can change channels with the knob, but not the up down button.
Yeah.
I tried to wire a 2510 mic up to it, and I guess the configuration's wrong or something. I tried the up and down buttons, it did something weird.
Yeah. they're wired the same way as those 980 units, but I hadn't tried it. If that's the case, it would work with that wireless mic that I've got.
Yeah, I only used 3 wires on the Turner Plus 3.
Yeah, Tesla.
I had it wrote down what the wire was. I don't know what happened to that piece of paper.
Gone with the wind.
My wife probably said just laid the trash around. Who's that out there talking?
Some old drunk out in Skip, sounds like.
Say Skip done quit. Skip's over, huh? What the fuck ever, man?
I think he said he was in Alice, Texas.
I think he's arguing with that drunk guy.
Down there south of San Antonio.
Well, McAllen? See McAllen, Dr. Bob?
Alice. Like Alice in Wonderland.
Oh, I thought you said McAllen.
That's what I thought I heard was Alice.
Yeah, I've been catching a short skip today. Don't talk St. Louis very much, but hell, 314 come booming in there for a while.
Some big juices over here in Eastern.
Yeah, a bunch of mud ducks up there giving him hell. So every time me or Snake would key up, we'd knock out 3 or 4 of them. Buffalo, guess we got some more rain coming. That's what I figured. It's starting to sprinkle out there now, over here where I'm at. Application. These declaration applications are to several different branches of government. Education, executive, judiciary. And those 3 branches of government. Interior. Oh, they're arguing about the government or something. Human energy. Department of Truckers Energy. This is what, in return for the sacrifice of your life. You have the right to sacrifice your life. Yeah, I'll be alright. I hook this Connex up when that lightning and all that starts coming through. Why is it?
Oh, yeah, Tesla.
Sure, you have the right to sacrifice your life. This is what we don't understand. Your rights are protected by your victims. We, the whole community, public people. We, the whole community, public people. Those are your victims. We are your victims. Oh no, is it overmodulated?
Yeah.
You want to challenge us? Yeah, it don't have talk back. I took the talk back out.
Yeah, probably a good thing with Turner plus 3 on it.
Yeah, your victims, we will hold.
My any tone I got in there readjusted the echo from what the factory had it, I guess it was. I didn't like it.
You readjusted it?
Yeah, there's a section right in there. They're mini micro trim pods. Gotta be real careful when you turn them, and just turn them a hair at a time, not a whole lot.
Yeah, Tim.
It's marked on there. I think it's marked delay and echo or something. Then once you set that, you can turn it off and on and it stays there.
Does it not when you turn it off and on? I never even noticed.
On the, the big knob channel, the selector knob, I think you hold it in, then you scroll till it says Roger beep, then you push it again, then it comes up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or whatever.
What's the Roger beep?
Oh, that's the Roger beep, ain't it? Yeah, the echo's the same way. You just push it to echo, and push it, it says on or off.
Yeah, I knew that. And the time and delay or time and length are in the other setting.
No, that you got to take the cover off and do it manual.
And yours?
Yeah, I took my cover off, adjusted the echo to where it was just kind of like a reverb. Put the cover back on, then when I turn it off and on from the channel knob, it just stays on the reverb. There's no external echo adjustment.
Yeah, mine's got like 1 through 30 on both of them.
They may have changed it on yours.
Yeah, because I can adjust it. Like if you just move it down one, you don't really notice a whole lot of difference, but you move it down 3 or 4, you notice. So they probably did on that Pro. They probably did, well, they did away with it or not, but yeah, I can adjust it pretty minutely with the numbers on the screen.
Well, that's a good deal. At least they did that to them.
Are you on that right now?
I'm on a Connex 3300. I don't have my any tones hooked up to it.
Be honest, yours the regular one or the Pro?
It's just the regular one.
What's the difference in the regular one and the Pro? Do you know?
I don't really know. I never had one.
No, I don't know either. To be honest with you, I hadn't studied them both enough to tell you. Info.
I rode one in the Mobile for quite a few years.
The Quad 6?
Yeah, Quad 6.
Was yours a regular one or a Pro, Buffalo?
I
I just got the regular quad 6. Well, you getting ready to get one?
No, probably not.
There's 3 finals in the back on the back of it. I took the last 2 and changed them out to 520.
What were they?
Mine had 13 N10s in them.
Don't ask me, I ain't even opened the damn thing.
Not much in there. Are you on yours now?
No, I'm on my striker.
Yeah, they're real good on sideband. FM's good.
Shoot you out. 410, 410.
Uh-oh.
What striker are you talking on, BR? 655. Roger. Little brother to this one. You got 955? Yes, sir, this is the original version. Version 1. 410.
He's number 1.
Those are supposed to be the best ones, really. Well, I bought mine used for $150. Well, can't beat that. How about this one for 200 with 2 of the SRA-10 antennas for it. Yep. Sound like you got a good deal. 955s are good. The 655s are same thing. The only difference is mine's got a sideband on it. Yeah, I don't mess with sideband a lot. I've got plenty of them over here, but I don't ever mess with it. But I do sometimes. We get tired of rigging the roll on AM here. We'll slide up 38. Yeah, I've heard y'all out there. I just never really mess with it.
What if we get tired of Gary's nigger roll?
Nigger roll?
Yeah.
Say it's not so.
Nigger roll.
Nigger roll.
That's kind of like a, what do you call it? A flea market turn?
Hell yeah.
Roger. Turn.
Hey, Moondog, where'd you go? I think Moondog had to go put the dogs up.
Oops.
I just had some Popeyes.
Ooh, the one by your house?
Yeah. I like Church's better, but it's fucking, it's kind of in the ghetto over in Dell City.
Uh-huh. Yeah, if I eat Popeyes, is it going to be like a standalone one or a... Well, the one out at the truck stop wasn't bad, but that one over there, something ain't right with that. Depending on the time of day.
Nah, it wasn't too bad.
Yeah, Tim.
Got a little cracking going on.
See a little dust in your mic there.
Roger, I think it might be the way I keyed on it, I don't know. Who knows?
I had a SRA 198 doing that the other day. Went over to my mic bucket and got a new one out. Started talking on it, threw the other one on the floor.
Same old that janky ass Road King 56 mic I got, brand new. Some bitch switch is already going out, I guess.
I was doing crap anyway. Mass made or whatever. Yeah, a static M6B that I got, hell, them some bitches didn't last 3 days. Brand new, and that switch started getting trash in it. Never could make them work right. And Scorpio said he had some switches for those, but I never could get with him to get him to change them out.
Yeah, come on, brother. My radio not working? No.
Yeah, it's working.
Is it too much echo or is it okay?
Oh, it's fine to me. Probably can't even hear me. I don't even want to talking. Figure out my mismatch over here. May just need to change, maybe a cheap jumper.
What's it doing?
Ain't keying. Like when you unkey it, stays keyed up.
Your amplifier?
Yeah.
How just you thinking your jumper wire's bad?
Yeah, it's just cheap one. I probably need to get one of my good ones out, plug it in there. That's some bitch. Use cheap jumpers on it. Some bitches don't do that.
You don't have an amplifier on SSB, do you?
No.
Because mine was doing acting goofy the other day. I had the amplifier on the sideband and the radio and AM that had a delay in it.
Yeah, this one just stays keyed up. Like, I just sit there and keep hitting the key and finally done key. But he was doing that a while back with another radio, and I don't remember what I did, but I changed the jumper and it quit doing it. And I went back to one of these cheap jumpers because I used that jumper in my car or my truck, and then I think I just put a cheap one back on this. Get one of my 213 jumpers back out, plug back into it.
Where'd you go, Bubby? I don't have no jumpers right to the back of the antenna.
The line goes into the meter, or to the radio, to the amp, to the meter, to the antenna.
Right on. Bubby is jumper free.
No jumpers for Buffy.
Yeah, every once in a while I'll hook the meter up, see what it's doing, and unhook it.
Hell yeah. I like to watch mine swing around. That's what she said. Yeah. Damn, to get quiet all of a sudden?
Yeah.
I think Skip's rolling right now. That guy talking Skip, I believe.
If I had more room, I'd probably hook all that up, but I haven't got enough room in here.
Yeah, Tim. I got a big desk with LED lights on it, all sorts of shit over here. I got room, but I'm slowly running out.
It's got one of them blue lights in the meter. Real hard to see it.
Is that Skip trying to roll back in?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, my 4600's out blue like that, and it's hard to see. I don't know where the hell that thing's at.
Yeah, Rocky and I bought a frequency readout you plugs into these radios. It's got blue lights, man. If you put it on bright, it'll blow you out of there.
Yeah, I got one. I've got one on my Magnum over there. It's like that. Turn it on bright, it just blinds you. Damn, still pretty bright.
That's the way the dosimeters are when I turn that frequency counter on. It's just got 170 on the lights, but if they're blue as hell, that motherfucker's bright.
Yeah, I got that same meter over here.
TFB 3001
-F.
Mine's just a TFB 3001.
Yeah, TFB 3001-F. Mine's it's got the counter and everything in it, but it's pretty bright. I don't ever turn it on though.
I don't either. My radio's got the frequency counter on it. The hell, that one on the meter, it's just more or less a readout because it don't ever actually go to 27,185 and stay there. It jumps around.
Yeah, if you dead key it should, but you start talking, it jumps all over.
That's crazy. I like the lights on the meters though, the bright lights.
Yeah, hell nosy. And they got an old PDC 600 Paradynamic from 70s probably.
I got some old ass ones. I got old ass Midland, some old ass Paces.
Yeah, I got a TC 4002 PSW right here. Sitting over here in a box.
A little 3-window Micron, a little Radio Shack.
Let's about this back right here. This 3001 here, not too long ago. Somebody's out there calling fucking live.
I got a pretty good deal on my dose. I'll give 100 for it.
How about this one, brand damn new?
So this one wasn't very old. Paperwork and everything on it.
Damn it.
Right now. Well, that's what they call it, CB, constantly buying.
Hell yeah.
Constantly breaking up.
Breaking up.
Wave an hand, VR.
Wave back.
Yeah, 1040. Yeah, there's a lot of base stations down around Mississippi and down.
Waving black.
Waving black. Real black.
About 50 miles.
Real black man, come on.
We went down through there.
You're squealing right there.
On the radio, you know.
Squealing?
You was.
Damn it.
You know, but mobile-wise, you know, down around that way, there's just not a whole lot of radio.
That driver crying about base stations.
Shit, I got a Galaxy 99 mobile mounted on the dash. Come on.
Texarkana.
You know, it's kind of funny. If we ain't out there talking at night, and they come through, they holler, well, where's everybody at? Where's all them big strapping base stations at? Then one of them keys up. Get off my channel. I can't drive with you talking.
Louisiana went down to.
Hippie, did you say you found a 99 at your house?
Come back up through.
That's what I'm talking on.
Road.
I thought you said you found one.
Across that swamp.
Yeah, I've got another one up in the cabinet, you know, for backup.
Dr. Bob, my audio still up there okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, I turned my microphone down a little bit. Every now and then some bitch goes squealing. I don't know what the hell.
Talking on 99?
I'm on Saturn base.
Yeah.
Hell, I got a 2517 sitting here I'm using for an external speaker. And a 2527 sitting over there. I like this 99 really better than them.
Can I have it?
No.
Goes off to them swamp people. I got a lot of respect for them. And, you know, down there, you know.
Let's do some trading, Dr. Bob. You ever thought about living on the southeast side?
No, man, I'm pretty vested right here, you know what I mean?
Damn, I'd get ready to trade my house for it.
Yeah, I've been here 40 years, hell, well, 39 years. And, shit, I ain't going nowhere.
Hell yeah, you got roots in the ground over there. You got homestead filed.
I mean, don't get me wrong. If I was to win the lottery, I'd be gone in a minute. You hear me?
Hell yeah. We are buddies, you know. Take me with you.
10-4.
You know, if I was to win the lottery, which I'm not, because I don't ever buy no tickets, but if I was to win a big bunch of money, I wouldn't move out of Oklahoma. I'd just move a little farther east.
Oh, I'll tell you exactly what I'd do if I was to win the, you know, that big lottery. I'd go down there and buy all that land on the west side of I-35, just south of Purcell, where that big tower is. And I'd turn that motherfucker into a station.
Would you let me hold $3?
What?
Yeah, there's room for me to park my travel trailer there.
Dude, that'd make a hell of a radio station. I mean, that's right up on that hill.
Hell yeah, it would. I said, if you win the lottery, you gonna let me hold $3?
$3?
Hell yeah.
Fuck hell, I'll give you $3.
You could put it on payment plans and pay it back $1 a month for the next 30 years.
Well, yeah. You know, you wouldn't have to have a tower. Just mount your set of stacks up there on top of that motherfucker. You know, some stack fours. That'd be a badass station, ain't no doubt.
Yeah, it's above the clouds, so you wouldn't have to worry about no wind up that high.
I come in here and wind down. They call me crazy on 327.
It's up there way above them clouds, so you'd be fine on the wind.
Hell, he could put about a 15 or 20 ounces on top of it.
Nah, hell, you can't keep them together. Put them big old, these 4 elements like I got, hell, that's the way I'd go. I'd do a set of stacked 4 elements, and that's all you need.
You know, I see some ham antennas on YouTube. Them son bitches has got to cost $20,000-$30,000 to put them things up.
Oh yeah, them guys spend big money.
Yeah, man, I mean, they look like they're 50, 60 foot long.
Hell, they share all that shit, don't they?
I mean, don't know how they keep them together, man, but they're humongous.
I like them towers that turn. Big ass 12 element up there. That'd be crazy.
I think Dr. Bob's got the right idea. Up that high, set of stack 4s would be perfect.
Get your big old laser 500 up there.
You know, 2-0 had that 6. You know, a PDL-6 he built up there for a while, but ice storm took it out.
He was up there about 100 foot, wasn't he?
Well, that one wasn't, but yeah, he's got one. He got a tower over there, 150 foot.
You know, back when I was younger, I always tried to figure out something that I could let down him when I got to be an old man and get back up. But I didn't take in the senile part, you know, not how to hook a chain right.
The laser 516 element, 40-foot boom.
Yeah, fuck that shit.
Just rotating the school bus.
On that base station.
Hell, I think the damn 400's got a 30-foot boom on it at least.
Remember that antenna used to be over there? It may be still there off of 23rd, 935.
That's a set of Gamachis.
I don't know if it's still there or not, but that thing went through hell.
It's still there, it's just pieces hanging off of it, yada yada. You know, it's not worth anything anymore.
I went by that one over there on 44 and 59th Street, I guess, yesterday.
Over by that shop?
Back behind that Christmas place?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, they got the ramp closed. 20 years.
Yeah, really?
Yeah, it's missing some parts, but it's still hanging on, I guess.
Hey, Kay, you remember that shop that sits right down the street? You remember that kid drove that sprint car, was it Wayne Brown?
Not really. We've been in and out of it. We were out of it from like 80, shit, I forgot what year it was, about 87 or 88 through about 2010.
Hey, Roger, yeah, I call him a kid, Allie, old man now, but back in the 80s, boy, he was crazy. That motherfucker, he tore up a lot of race cars.
Yeah, there used to be a lot of shit getting tore up out of the fairgrounds. Well, hell, anything to do with dirt track racing gets tore up.
Dude, that track there at the fairgrounds, that motherfucker had motor parts and they've been several drivers get fucked up out of there, fucking pieces of metal flying out of that track.
Well, the only reason that track is shut down is because of politics. At one time, that was rated the second best track in the country.
Oh yeah, it was a good track, but it needed to be redone. You know, they needed to go in there and take that dirt out and put new dirt in. I ain't kidding you, there's a lot of crap in that track. And but yeah, we used to like running here and of course down there at Lawton and then Devil's Bowl down in Dallas.
Yeah, I've never been to Dallas, but I've been to Lawton several times. That's a pretty good track. Old Cowboy owns that thing.
Roger.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I lived about maybe 2 miles from that track over at the fairgrounds back to the east. On Friday nights, we'd sit out there in the yard, we'd listen to them cars. We'd just about know what was going on, if they was crashing or what.
Yeah, I remember when they said they couldn't make any money, but old Cowboy that owned Lawton was able to fly a private helicopter in and out on Friday night.
Hell, I remember when that drag strip was over at the fairgrounds. Man, that was a long time ago.
Yeah, I don't really remember that.
But I remember when they used to have a drag strip out on, I think it was Council Road at one time.
Yeah, they had a drag strip out there. They had one down there on, out there on Anderson Road too. But I can't remember. I never been to it, but I've been out there fishing in them ponds before around it.
Well, I was pretty young back then and not really interested in any kind of racing. But I remember when they used to have they called it the Nigger Nationals out on Center Road, the original street outlaws.
Oh boy. Hey, I know worked at fairgrounds. That was a big thing when I was a kid. Shit, you could go over and stand on that fence off of May Avenue over, and you could see the races.
I heard that. Back when we was racing out there, well, that clay on the half mile, that sucker would be so tacky. They'd have an intermission and we'd go out and walk the whole damn half mile. When that track was right, when you took a step, your damn shoes and boots would stick to the track, suck them right off your feet.
Yeah, I know one guy that died on that track. I don't know if you remember him back in the day, but old Rojo was the name of the car. His name was Burrington, I believe it was. I have to think about that.
I heard that. I remember one night when, I'm trying to remember what they was calling the little six-cylinder sprint cars. I think they were calling them modified. They used the same names and changed the type of cars, but this sucker runs off the track and he gets out and sits by his car and a fucking ambulance comes over the hill and runs over his dad.
That's just crazy, ain't it?
Yeah. Well, they used to do all kinds of crazy shit out there. Hell, their tires out there was kind of a political deal too. Well, they even mandated us to have to use a certain type of tire and a certain compound that only Goodyear had on the right rear of our Pro Stock. But yeah, we could go to any other track and run McCrary's or Hoosiers.
Yeah, my nephew, he used to run out there at Maker. Go for it. Number 77. He passed away. I think his son took it over.
Yeah, he's still racing. I think his, well, it'd be his grandson now. But his son and grandson both are racing.
Yeah, I know all them Jarvis boys out there.
Oh, yeah. I've had my run-ins with the Jarvises till I put one of them in the wall and never had any more problems after that.
Temple, yeah. They were pretty wild boys back in the day.
Oh, yeah. He was a damn good driver, but he was a hothead. He started beating and banging on me one night. I just put him in the wall, and he missed the racing too. fell out of the #1 point position, but I sure made some friends that night.
Yeah, your audio dropped out, but I heard part of that.
Yeah, you remember the button?
Oh, yeah. I was raised down there with the buttons. I'm trying to think of the other bunches down there that run down there. There's a bunch of them out of Mulligan Flats that run. Trying to think some more names, but yeah, I remember the buttons. They just a couple blocks over from me.
Here's that.
Damn it. Yeah, your audio fell plumb out there, Dr. Choctaw, but yeah, you remember the Reeves, Stanley Reed, them guys.
Oh, Stanley, last time I seen him, he was working the gate out at Red Dirt Raceway at me.
Your audio's dropped down pretty low, but I'm gonna let you fix it. I'll get back quiet here.
You want that amp off a car battery? Sounds like he's run out of juice or something.
I might have a bad connection in my microphone. See if I can find another microphone.
Yep, you too, Tony. Be careful.
Go ahead and send it over to Gary. He'll heat that butter knife up. Might take him a couple of weeks, but he'll get it.
Yeah, boy across the street from me, he was running out there in Meeker. I don't know if he still is or not. I'll have to think about it here in a minute and get his last name. He didn't care much for them Jarvises either. And yes, they did say around midnight. Alright, where's Alan up there?
Alright, is this any better?
A lot better over here.
I think my microphone might have had a bad connection, and I swapped it out with another one just like it.
Yeah, the boy across the street from me, he runs out there at Meeker, or used to. His name's Allen, but I can't think of his last name.
Yeah, there's no telling. There's been so many of them come and go over the years. Hell, some of them I've known. There's shitload
Yeah, I never was into that. I've been over a few times. I ain't never been in the pits. Well, I'll take that back. I've been in the pits once over at fairgrounds, but yeah, back in the day, I knew all them guys, but I never was interested in racing. Hell, I was too young.
I heard that. Well, I just accidentally got talked into it. Once I learned a little bit about it, it's like, hell, I didn't give a shit about drag racing anymore at all.
My brother down there, he lived down there, he got into that demolition derby one time at Crazy 8 with a damn Cadillac. He said, fuck that shit.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of them old demolition derbies, but they were all at the fairgrounds.
Yeah, that's where this was, during the fair.
Yeah, we used to race at the fair. Hell, we'd go race at the fair, and then we'd get into the fair after the races was over.
Went out there one time during the fair, they had them Shelbys out there running them Ford Mustangs, doing tricks with them things. Them guys could drive, man, I ain't kidding you.
Yeah, they won't be driving them Shelby Mustangs out there anymore. Them cars are too valuable.
It's pretty cool at that time this way. Show me.
The guy run that thing almost around the track on 2 wheels. And he'd run up there and do a park between 2 cars, run about 50, 60 mile an hour. Spin in there and park between 2 cars.
I heard that. Yeah, I remember some stunts driving, I guess it must have been around 69 or 70. They just introduced the 501 Super Cobra, and that sucker was driving around on 2 wheels completely around that half-mile track.
You know, that's about the time that was I'm talking about, around the 69 or 70, because I wasn't very old. I wasn't about 14 years old, maybe 15.
Yeah, I sure miss that place. But, you know, I think they said there was only about $25,000 or $30,000 difference between what it cost to demo the place compared to what it would to brought it up to code. But politics wanted that place gone for years and years.
Yeah, there would have been a good outside football field too, and it could have still been a racetrack. I used to sneak in there and ride in that grandstand on the bicycles, me and the neighbor boys would.
Hell, I think it was 83 or 84, they had a big deal going on where we had our special program going on. We were running pro stocks, and they had the World of Outlaws out there. And you're not supposed to have any vehicles in the pits other than tow vehicles. This guy had a fully restored 66 Mustang. One of them World of Outlaws come down the back straightaway. Somehow he ended up bouncing over the fence and on the hood of that Mustang.
Yeah, I remember they had them mud 4-wheel drives out there, you know, during the fairgrounds. They was out there jumping cars and stuff. This old boy come out there, and I'll tell you what, he had a nice truck, and he totaled that son of a bitch out. And he was the type of guy they were saying that baby's his truck, but he totaled it out.
I heard that. Well, I never was real big on that monster truck racing, but I don't remember what year it was, but that's back when old Keith Black was building all them engines, and everybody that had a Keith Black engine was blowing them suckers up.
Yeah, I kind of wished I'd got into that, because hell, I was building my own cars when I was 14, 15, 16 years old. Had a 57 Chevrolet, I built it myself.
I heard that. I remember when those cars were a dime a dozen. Now it takes a retirement to buy one.
Hell yeah, I remember back when I scrapped the Crown Victoria one time. I scrapped that sucker. It was gave to me. I went over and loaded on a trailer, took it to standard and unloaded it.
I heard that. Yeah, I remember back in '82 when I met one of my best friends. This sucker was telling me about how badass these cars his dad was restored, and I'm thinking, oh yeah, But it took me 2 years before I was allowed to go over and visit. When I seen the cars that he was done, first damn car I seen in the shop was a '55 Crown Victoria glass top.
My boss went down to Ardmore and picked it up on a trailer and brought it up here before his mother passed away. It was a damn 56 Cadillac. And I didn't have 20,000 miles on it. He took it over and put it in the garage over at his house. And I bet that thing's still sitting in that garage.
Yeah, I know where an old Cadillac is sitting over in Midwest City. It's got to be somewhere around the 54 or 55 itself. And what I've seen of it over the years, it's pretty straight.
It may be the same one I'm talking about. It's over in Midwest City. Old Jack Griffin, he owned it.
Yeah, that name don't ring a bell, but this one used to be back up over off of on St. Peter Street over at Midwest City.
Yeah, this here was off about 17th, back west or east of Douglas there, just a couple of properties over.
It's possible we could be talking about the same one, because St. Peter is like about 2 blocks east of Douglas. This is off of 23rd Street, back south. Go down St. Peter and it come to a curve, and it's right there on the end of the road. Right there on the curve. It turns back to go right.
Yeah, we could be talking about the same car, because old Jack Griffin, he'd been dead about 25 years, and his grandson and his granddaughters, and they ended up with all of that. Their name was Bell, I think, but, you know, they could have married and got another name.
That's possible. Yeah, that little neighborhood over there, it's a combination of good old people that's been around for a while and drug addicts.
Yeah, back 25 years ago, that was a nice neighborhood in there. But, you know how it goes.
I heard that. Yeah, I lived on St. Peter Street back in the early 90s and then the early 2000s.
Yeah, I'm going to get back right here in case somebody else wants to talk to you or shoot the bull. I'm going to get me another beer. I'll be back.
Alright, I'm going to get back on the side. I guess this thing decided to work with a different microphone.
You ever watch them lawnmower races?
Talking to me?
Yeah, you or Moondog?
I've never watched any except on TV, but it's on my bucket list.
Yeah, that shit's fucking cool as hell.
Cool as hell and dangerous as hell. Hell, they've run, some of them suckers run 60, 70 miles an hour.
Yeah, there's a track up there in Kansas City, Kansas called Lakeside Speedway. It's a dirt track, but it's a NASCAR sponsor. They had them lawnmowers up there. There was a guy from Bristol, Tennessee, had one of them little International Cub Cadet tractors. Had disc brakes all the way around it. Hell, that's who won, but hell, that something that you do 75, 80 mile an hour.
Oh yeah, that's faster than them VTEC Hondas.
Too fucking fast on lawnmower.
Yeah, if I'm going to get on something that fast on dirt, it's going to have a rotate.
Oh yeah.
I'll tell you something else I wouldn't mind watching. You ever seen any of that sprint boat racing?
No.
Sprint boat racing? It looks like they're in a canal doing a little road course. They've got a driver and a navigator.
No, I guess I've seen that.
Oh yeah. If you like racing, you'll love them sprint boats. Them suckers are faster, just as fast on that water as them cars are on land.
Damn.
And they handle even better than the cars on land. You might Google that and find some races.
Sprint boat racing?
Sprint, S-P-R-I-N-T, sprint boat racing.
Okay, sprint boat racing, alright.
Yeah, they're pretty badass. Yeah, there's them suckers that get out of control and run right up on the land. They'll push them right back in and go back and race it.
What's that on YouTube?
I'm pretty sure they've probably got some posted on YouTube, but I'd Google it and wherever it's at, it'll show up.
Alright, hang on a second. I'll be back. Yeah, I'm good on all that, Dr. Choctaw. I think I'll stay on the ground.
What'd you say?
I'm good on all that water racing. I'm sitting here watching one now. I think I'll stay up on ground.
Yeah, aren't those suckers badass?
Yeah, 41.3 seconds. Yeah, fuck that.
Yeah, I decided to watch some of it myself.
41.53. Super modified.
Yeah, I was watching Cletus McFarland.
That's what I'm watching. Cletus. It's the guy's first win or whatever.
Yeah, that was his first night out, according to what I was watching. Yeah, and that's the 400 class. They got them to go even bigger than that.
How in the fuck did they expect you to get on goddamn 40, fucking 44? Everybody know what goddamn road to do to get on 40? These motherfuckers don't even put up a goddamn direction sign.
Who you talking to, man? Oh, yeah, he's right on weekend, okay.
I didn't see that back across there, Joe. I see you look good back across there. Be safe, brother.
Who are you talking to?
Whoever's behind the water truck. They crawls up my ass. I can't move any faster than whoever's on the front of the trailer going on 50 miles an hour. All night, it's just been crawling right up my ass for no reason when they can go around me. They had all the opportunity to.
Yeah, I was fucking tailgating the shit out of the car.
north, get out of this rain.
10-4.
Ándale, mi George, con cuidado, que tengas buenas noches.
Está ahí, con cuidado.
¿Sí vamos en la rampa o qué?
No, güey, todos estamos aquí en la línea.
talking, Mikey?
Oh yeah, what you got there?
Fucking low tire back there on that right here inside that happened yesterday. Try to get it done today. Maybe get back in time to get it fixed or some shit. I hate sitting there and tires up every damn morning when we go to work. Yes, it is. Well, you had a long day today, didn't you? Well, good. Now you get you some rest. Come on. Shit, my neighbor put a damn video on her Facebook last night and all that shit that was going on right on top of our houses. I guess I slept through it, but there's some pretty good circulation right above our house out there.
Yeah, it's okay.
We got lucky, didn't we? Well, bro, you want me to wait out here a minute and let you get out of here so I can get the gate for you, or you going to stay here a while? Bud. Have a great day. Be careful. We'll see you later.
rock and roll band.
What's up?
Anybody know if any lanes are closed up there? Any lanes closed up there ahead? check, please. Radio check, please, the radio check.
What channel you be on, my boy?
Today's gonna suck ass.
What time did you get home?
About 1:20.
So you got about a 10-minute nap?
Now my wife let me sleep in the passenger seat, you know, across Arkansas, and then I took over out there where, you know, there's a Love's out there and a E-Express. She woke me up there when she was getting gas, and I drove the last hour and 20 minutes.
Okay, 10-4.
I drove almost, let's see, to just this side of Nashville, and then she drove from there to eastern Oklahoma, and then I drove the rest of the way in. Damn, I'm glad I dumped that. There's a lot of water in there.
Yeah, it has been raining. You've been going to get quite a bit.
Yeah, I seen the schedule. I was like, well, goddamn, I guess I picked, you know, they were bitching because I was taking off during the busy time. But it ain't been busy. You guys didn't work, you know, all of it.
No, we were great.
Well, that thing's going to be my daily for a while because, in order to buy that, I let the wife have the Jeep, and we gave our, 17-year-old the car.
Right,
Yeah, because it was real fun because she already hit one of them little shopping cart return things in Walmart parking lot while we was gone. got to get my flops. There we go. It moves a whole lot better when it ain't got wheel chocks in front of the wheels, huh?
It would have been better if it was around.
Well, anything exciting happened while I was gone?
Heck, I can't remember.
This Andrews is not here no more. Oh, Andrews, no. Where'd he go?
I don't know. I was out at the Waterloo plant Monday, and one of the drivers out there said they fired him, but I don't know. I haven't heard the official.
Well, damn it.
Yep.
Yeah, it kind of shocked me too. Well, who's batching South Plant now?
Yeah, I talked to somebody over there, and they said some name, but I can't remember what it was.
I want to say it's Nathan, but I'm not sure if that's the right one. I think he's the new TV guy, but don't quote me on that.
Where the fuck did all this traffic come from?
I don't know.
I'm gonna piss some of them off, because fuck it, I'm pulling out.
Well, there's a line of them, ain't they?
Yeah, and there's more behind me. They either worked a late shift or a whole bunch of people got off early from fucking Hobby Lobby.
Yeah,
I'm already coming up on backing up traffic here on 162.
I hope they're not doing nothing up there on that exit.
That'd be about right. First day back, caught in traffic, ain't even made it to the course once.
Yeah, they might be getting ready to open it back up if it's been closed. Yeah, they had a guy overturn his rig right there in the middle of that doggone narrow stretch of construction there by Highway 9 and I-35.
just in time to, had just enough time to go ahead and unload the bike and, unload the back seat of the Jeep, run in, take a shower, and then come to work. You just go, go, go. I have been, and I'm glad we decided. See, I thought I was coming home a day early. I was thinking I was going to have today to chillax and, rehydrate, because literally all I've drank, since last Wednesday evening is, beer, Mountain Dew, a little bit of whiskey.
I hope they don't call you for a random today, huh?
Oh, I passed a random drug test. Hell, I'd even passed a breathalyzer. I ain't had nothing to drink since last night. Oh, well, okay. Last night for you guys. I got out there Wednesday evening. We couldn't even get the bikes, unloaded the bike and we stuck it in the basement, They had a basement that was kind of like set up so you could, two big open doors, you just ride motorcycles right in there. Yeah, we couldn't even get them out until Saturday because it was raining, both Thursday and Friday.
I guess it's a pretty good time to take a vacation. Conservation here in springtime.
Yeah, it's quite a bit cooler than what I was expecting too. I took a couple pair of shorts and the only thing I use them for was getting in the hot tub.
Starting September, like that there in summer, it's like somewhat something really nice. End up very cool.
Flagstaff ain't too bad. One of the worst blizzards I've been caught in during the winter is out there on Flag.
Right. Heck, I had to have a long sleeve wet shirt on.
Well, I got to ride my old Ultra on, Cherry Hole Skyway. That was a beautiful ride, but man, that old bike was kicking my ass going, whipping through those curves out there. Then it decided it was going down, so I went and bought that one, and I had that one on Tail of the Dragon on Monday.
Right.
off past that little red SUV in the middle lane.
No, I didn't see it.
He's all speeding up, slowing down, weaving back and forth. He's either drunk or falling asleep.
Right. There's a few of them out here.
Fucking cocksuckers got the fucking westbound blocked off and they don't give you where the idea where to detour, cocksuckers.
Okay.
Turn it above, I thought.
Let me get a radio check. We got the radio on. Just want to see if his audio working. Radio check, radio check.
Yeah, go ahead, radio check.
Sir, you have a good day.
How about a radio check? How's this radio sounding?
It's working.
I appreciate the comeback. Thank you, sir.
Alright. I want to talk, can you hear me?
Who did that? Yo, come on. Yo, come on back, brother. What?
Mark. Marky.
Are you going to the scale?
Yes, sir, I planned on it.
Not a problem. That Atwoods driver sure makes shit a lot difficult.
Yeah, he did. He didn't mean to, but he kind of did. I normally back straight on there, but now I kind of got to get over a little bit. Give me just a second, I'll be out your way.
There you are, being all sneaky and shit. I was going to say something, but I didn't. I knew it was you because of your number at the top of your tailgate.
I know. I'll be looking at the numbers when I'm walking at the back. Be like, hey, walk right past mine, then wait. I'm like, wait, hold on.
Yeah, you just need to start looking at the tops of the trailers.
Man, I could so go home and go to bed.
Yeah, I bet so. I'll probably see y'all on one of these other rounds.
All right, man, be safe.
You too, man. See you next time, James. Be safe.
I don't know where James went. Oh, shit, he's right there ahead of me, ain't he?
Yeah, he's fixing to do the turnaround.
better driver.
Snowman and Snake, get out of bed yet? Come in. Well, Lord, give us one more day. What y'all gonna do with it? Come in.
that high-pitched roar? That sounds so cute. You little soys trying to roar out there. That shit's funny. Yeah, they ain't never gonna show up. Hell yeah. I know one thing, my fucking knees were hurting like a motherfucker last night. That shit hurt bad. Oh, dude. I know what you mean. I went to bed pretty good, and then I woke up about 12, 1 o'clock. Fucking knees just aching like a motherfucker. Terrible fuck. Man, my low back, hips, and knees the last few days would have been a bitch. I didn't want to walk out of the fucking bedroom this morning. I just wanted to lay back down. Yeah, damn it. I don't know what the hell. Shit fucking hurt like a motherfucker. I finally had to take some damn ibuprofen or whatever that was. I wish that shit would work on me. What the hell are you doing, guy? Are you auditioning for one of them fucking retard bands? Is that what you're trying to do? It's like the third one I've heard since I keyed up a while ago. Right.
So if I can find that elf to bring me my coffee, I'd be alright. Since them gremlins like doing other shit around here.
Yeah, I was reading on that shit, was talking about last night, that Goldwing. They opened their first office in Los Angeles, California, but they never made anything over there.
You're fading off.
Damn it. I said they opened their first office in Los Angeles, California, back in the day.
Oh, I'm talking about Honda.
Yeah, they never made anything there, but that's where, California is where they opened their first office.
I don't know why in the hell I was bullshitted.
Yeah, there's a video I ran across somebody claiming they made shit in California, but you go on their actual deal and the history of it, and it don't say anything about it. But there's some YouTube guy claiming they did all this shit over there, but yeah, it wasn't true. It was in Ohio, from whatever it was, I can't remember what it was, but that's the only period of time that anything was put together here. I think they made some parts or some shit over there, but and then it shows they took all the tooling and all the machines and shipped them back to Japan.
Right. I just happened to know a guy that was working on those, on the manufacturing in Bakersfield, California, back during the about early 70s. Like 75, 76.
Yeah, well, he might have worked on them or something. Yeah, they was brand spanking new then. Yeah, I was on the deal where it showed the history of it. Must have been working on showroom right off the line stuff or something. At that time. Damn it. What is wrong with this damn microphone?
1957.
That's all I knew. And then hell, back during the 80s, all the later 80s, hell, he worked over there at that, what was that house at Kawasaki that was over close to you, that motorcycle shop? Actually, it was right around the corner from you.
Yeah, it was right here. Well, there was one. Used to be one right on the corner where that Jeffy's or whatever shit is. And there's one like right here, but it was on 29th Street. I used to go in there when I was a kid. Go in there and check out their three-wheelers and stuff.
Was it Jandaber or something like that?
I don't remember what it was called, but they had the one. It's where this fucking grocery store's at. It's like straight north of me, same block and everything, just right in front of me, behind these houses. And I don't remember what it was called, but it was there for fucking ever.
Yep. Yeah, the old boy he worked on. They had the contract for the police motorcycles, and he would rebuild the clutches and shit like that for them. But yeah, that one right there in front of you is what I was talking about, Jandaber.
y'all doing? Trying to dead key?
I guess they're over rubbing one off and having a good time. They ain't bothering us, but
they're... parking lot radios ain't never gonna get in between us. Apparently we get in between them, but they don't bother none of us around here. So, well, some of them get bothered by all the crying they do, but it don't bother me none. I enjoy hearing a soy cry.
yeah, it just shows you the mental meltdown of a man. He ain't much a man.
I'm gonna go get me some of this coffee.
Hell yeah, me too. I'm fixing to go get my first cup.
Morning out there, fellas.
Morning, be right back.
Hell yeah. Dude, you're barely even in there, so if you're gonna lock it down, lock it down. That clicking your mic and rubbing your mic and all that stuff, that ain't doing shit.
Hey, Snake.
Yeah.
Remember how we was talking about that honey roasted Peter Pan?
Yeah.
I'm eating some of that right now with some malted meal, some toast. Boy, some good stuff.
Damn, I'd be embarrassed to have a microphone that sound like that. Sound like some dollar store piece of plastic shit.
growlers.
Yeah, hell, that little penis sucker's been out there already. They're out there growling when I first keyed up.
Damn it.
I know one thing, if OG&E is doing everybody the same way they're doing me, there's going to be a bunch of people ain't going to be able to have electricity. They ain't going to be able to pay it. Unless they're on welfare and then they get it for free. But ever since I got off it for this month, I've been off of that fucking deal I've been on for the past 4 or 5 years. Paying that monthly shit for a whole year. Now I'm not on it, and this is bullshit. I'm already up to what they were charging me, and I got 2 more days left on this bill, and half the kilowatt hours, so I'm getting charged double for half.
It's a scam.
Well, my highest one last year was 2,912 kilowatt hours for $270. I'm at 1513. It's already at 224. And dude, I've been running fans. I ain't had the air conditioner on since, the past couple of days I turned it on. But all month long, I ain't had shit running, unplugged everything, but they still charging like I'm running a whole bunch of stuff. And when I called them, you call them, then you talk to somebody in another goddamn country, like them Indian phone scammers. I guess they don't have nobody working for them here. That's some bullshit. I think about buying 2 of them wind turbine things, buy 2 of them, put me a standoff pole on my tire and put one on each side of it. And buy me a big ass inverter and a bunch of batteries. That's why I'm very, very tempted to start dumping money into that shit. That way I don't have to pay them sorry son bitches.
There goes that solar.
Well, I got some solar panels. I ain't never hooked them up. But, yeah, I need some of that wind stuff, too. So I put it up there on my tire.
Hell yeah.
And then watch, if I decide to do all that, they'll be, oh, you need to hook that to our grid. You need to share. You need to hook it up. We're going to call the authorities on you if you don't hook it up to our grid.
Shit, there ain't a fucking thing they can do.
Oh, they got all kinds of fucking retarded shit, dude. Well, these people out in the country, they put up solar panels and shit, and they find out about it. They cry to them, you need to hook that to the grid.
Yeah, they tried that on my cousin back here in Tahlequah. He had a place up there, up north of Tahlequah there around Little Kansas, up there Terrasida, and he had, that's how he got his electricity and shit off them solar panels, and they come out there talking that shit about the same thing you talking about. Hell, he ran their ass off.
Yeah, it's bullshit, man. But, hell, I ain't never, I don't know. I didn't never pay no high electric bill like this shit until, you know, I was on that yearly thing. When I first got on there, it was like $180 or whatever. And then it got up to $270, and then the last time when I told them to go fuck themselves, they wanted me to pay $300 and something. And it seems to me like they're trying to get me to still pay the fucking $300 and something. But their computer shit ain't adding up on here. Their computer system they got running all this shit, it damn sure can't average out bills. That's how it wound up $300 something. They took the highest bill and then just said that's averaged. I did it on my phone on the calculator, averaged it out, and it was only like about $200. But their computer averaged it out and said $333. And that's before their shareholders get their little money, and there's a lot of conflict of interest going on with all that shit. And they brag about it on these fucking papers I read in these lawsuits. They brag about their shareholders. Oh, we need to take care of our shareholders. That's why we're jacking your bills up, because they want more money.
You also have to figure into your averages that all the people that's not paying their bill and get it for free.
That ain't got shit to do with nothing. Dude, OG&E ain't nothing but profit. They're not in the hole. They're nothing but profit. So it wouldn't make a shit if all these welfare recipients didn't pay their bills. They'd still have profit.
Yeah, but they want more profit, so they're going to get their money from somewhere.
Well, yeah, they're going to rip their customers off to give to the corporation commission. You know, they got to slide that up under and fucking finger their taint a little bit. Here you go, here's some money. Here's some money, corporation commission. You little three cocksuckers over there. Yeah, that's some fucked up shit, man.
I live over in Sallisaw, and like they have their own little electrical cooperative, and like my bill every month is running over $400 for a 2-bedroom duplex.
Yeah, it's insane. That shouldn't even be $100. And they use the excuse, oh, the fuel cost. Dude, a big old corporation like that, they buy fuel at a cheaper rate than any of us could buy it for. But they want to pull that little stunt they did. Oh, we paid too much for this fuel. Well, if I was the CEO or whatever, the electric company and some employee bought some outrageous price shit, I'd fucking fire their dumb ass for being stupid. But, you know, they, oh well, we're gonna have to get our money back from you people.
I've never actually seen electricity. That's why I don't pay for it. Good morning, Snake.
Hey, good morning.
Well, you can always do what we used to do back in the old days. We'd bury a couple of them orange extension cords when the neighbors were gone and go hook it up to their damn fuse box out there and run it to our house.
Yeah, I don't think that'd work out nowadays.
Well, it's a thought.
Yeah, I was reading a bunch of this shit. I've been reading up on this corrupt-ass electric company here, but I think they're gonna roll out some new meters, second generation, or I think it's either the second or third generation meters. What I was reading, they're already rolling them out up there in the Northeast, New York or some bullshit over there. I don't know what the difference is, but I don't know if they're gonna do it here or not. But I know one thing, they're fucking bullshit apps and all that crap. And all these motherfuckers and all around the country, these companies are using the same app. I've seen screenshots of it, and it's the same one OG&E uses. So they're on the same bullshit. And when you call them and try to get them to fix something, because it ain't right, homie, our hands are tied. This computer does it itself. No human intervention. They just got to rely on the computer.
Them computers taking over, they need to do away with some of them employees.
Well, apparently they did. When I called, dude, these motherfuckers didn't speak English. They had the telemarketer accent, like over in India or some crap. I don't even think they was here in this country. Cause it sounded like when you called to fuck with one of them idiots, and you hear them all in the background. That's what it sounded like. It's like when you call AT&T, you're talking to somebody over in some fucking foreign country.
Yeah, it happened to me yesterday or the day before. I had to fucking change the address off a PayPal account and fucking same thing like you're talking about, fucking foreigner.
Oh, I know, that shit's aggravating as hell. Some bitch, oh yeah, we're all about America. Well, then fucking hire an Americans to answer your phones, not some fucking Yahoo sand dune motherfucker.
You tell them that shit, you know, you're being racist.
Yeah. Well, it's like that shit I was reading last night. I was looking up that guy up there in Rockford, Illinois, one that owes the FCC. They keep coming after him, allegedly. For like, shit, he probably $500,000 by now, all the shit I read. And yeah, it's the same shit. No, just bullshit.
Right. Yeah, it's like you call a service center for something. Some motherfucker on the phone like, like, what? Can I back up and press 1 for English? Boy, they get mad.
Yeah, I don't know. You can't talk to these motherfuckers. They can't help you at all. They're just there to collect the money. You try to get them to do something. It's like on that AT&T. Oh, well. And it's the same fucking shit that I did on the computer myself. They were doing the same thing, and that irritates the fuck out of me. When you call them cocksuckers up, and you already went through the whole deal on their website, and then they want to do the same thing in fucking India. Well, we got to do this right here. Motherfucker, I done did all that shit.
Yep. And then they say, well, I am to speak English. Not clean enough for me to understand you. I want somebody that speaks cleaner English.
Well, I know back in the day you could request them to transfer you back to this country, and they would, but I don't think they have any call centers here anymore.
Right.
Yeah, that's a crock of shit, too.
Damn. A black kid had 400 absences and 6 failed classes, graduates.
What the hell?
We would have flunked.
He's black.
Oh yeah, I forgot DEI.
No child left behind, even if they're a dumbass.
Morning out there, Professor.
Good morning, sir. Happy Wednesday morning to you. Oh, maybe I should... Happy hump day, I suppose. Hope it doesn't rain. I'm tired of that crap. I had enough of that last night.
Yeah, no, that's right.
Mr. Boat? Some pistachios with morning coffee.
Ball run for me.
This motherfucker said, he's Wilt Chamberlain, still graduated with all F's and 133 absences.
Yeah, they just wanted him to play basketball. That's all they cared.
Hell yeah, Wilt for still. All these different
Oh, shit.
And then they ain't even smart enough to hold down a job.
Yeah.
Be a little while. 10-4. Quit playing that goddamn shit!
Damn, what the hell is his problem?
You sounded constipated.
Where are you going? I gotta go to work.
Probably eating too much of that truck stop food.
Soy burgers.
Well, I was looking at this goddamn part of a joint I left in an ashtray last night. That motherfucker put me to bed about 9:30.
Switch to Mexican food, that'll clean your tubes out.
Oh, me, oh, my. All I know is this coffee sure is good. I'm making it right, I'm making it right.
Thing, I'm gonna had a good dice roll with the fucking weather yesterday.
Hell yeah. Yeah, them little rotators were everywhere.
Roger, yeah. I guess you know, there was one down around Norman, and it was acting like it might have been gonna come visit me.
Yep, they had one that was just south of us, between us and North and Moore. It started forming up, because I was watching how the rain was acting, then they started talking about tornado sirens when they got over here closer to Tinker.
Roger that, oh yeah, I remember that one too.
I'm like, why do they want to start in my backyard for?
Yeah, I need to pick somebody else to mess with.
Now you're sitting here and all of a sudden the fucking rain's fucking blowing horizontal and shit, and you're like, God damn, fucking trees over about to suck up out of the ground. And my missus in there sitting back, and all of a sudden the sirens go off, she about shit a brick.
Mercy.
Then they go talking, oh yeah, look, we had rotation right here just south of 240 and da-da-da, and I'm like, God damn, motherfuckers.
.20 hindsight weather radar.
You know, it's funny though, you can sit there and see shit on a radar and you're like, that looks like it's got some hookup on it or rotating. A couple of minutes later, then they start talking about it on TV. It's like, fuck, time something happens, it's already happened for you motherfuckers, get on deck.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, my 12-year-old grandson that lives next door, you know, he's 13, or fixing to turn 13 anyway. That siren went off, he come running in the front door, looked at me with, Grandpa, what's going on, what's going on? I had to set him down and talk to him a little bit, it freaked him out.
Roger that.
His mama's side of the family down there in Moore, man, they freak out. Them Hispanic people, when them sirens go off, oh, they're going around like chickens with their head cut off.
Roger that. Yes, enough to put the fear in you, no doubt about it. I've just thought about all those poor bastards over there in England back in World War II. After they got a buzz bomb or two, you know, I bet the sirens and just fucked them up good.
Yeah, hearing them air raids go off.
Roger, I guess that air raid siren's about the same siren that we use.
They were similar.
It's like a bunch of little ants running all over the place after the shit hits the fan.
Yeah, people looking to take cover. Hurry up and scurry to get back to their residence with their families.
Roger. Well, I've never been overseas, but maybe someday I will travel over to London, to visit London and see the sights and all that.
Hell yeah.
And maybe even drive on the wrong side of the road.
Airplane. And I don't want to be stuck on a boat out in the middle of the ocean.
Roger that. And maybe even drive on the wrong side of the road.
You're right. If the land bridge would come back over here up there by Alaska and Russia, yeah, when you drive over there.
Roger. Well, I hate to disappoint you. I guess you heard the ocean levels are rising, so I guess the land bridge is history for now.
Yeah, it's been history for hundreds of years.
Yeah, I think, 12,000 years. I think that's how how it happened. I mean, them Chinese, basically Chinese, they walked across the land bridge, and then they, evolved into, Indians all up and down the Americas.
Oh yeah, stretching all the way down into Central America, Southeast, North America, across Canada.
Roger. And I think maybe you or somebody was saying, and I believe it, that also there were Polynesians, and I think they have some Oriental blood, but anyway, the Polynesians were very good sailors, and knew how to, I think, read the stars and all that for navigation. They surely made their way over to South America, present-day South America as well.
Oh yeah, them old Filipino descended.
No doubt.
Yeah, you try to tell a modern day Native American Indian that your fucking people wasn't just hatched here. They migrated here just like we did. Bullshit.
Roger. Yeah, they come across the land bridge.
Yep, that's how we got them all here. Because I showed that to the missus, them people that live in them little islands around Alaska, them natives up there, how their dialect is just about like that. The motherfuckers down here in southern Alabama, them Indian.
Roger that. Up there, the Eskimos, I think they have an extra layer of fat just to, insulate themselves from the cold. I guess it didn't take but 12,000 years for that to evolve.
They're damn sure tolerant.
Damn it. I just watched this deal. It was on the news. The AI is evolving and blackmailing the developers and shit, rewriting codes and leaving messages for its future self.
Roger that. Yeah, that AI, as we speak right now, is getting stronger.
Hell, these organizations they've been testing it out, and they wrote a code for it. If it's activated, it would shut it down. That AI went in there and rewrote the code where it wouldn't work.
Right, yes, that's what I'm talking about. I mean, that shit's getting just too smart. And also, you probably heard earlier that the AI have developed their own secret language to communicate with each other.
Yeah, they did that when they turned it on, had it before they unleashed it. It was doing that.
Right, I'm not saying that was a necessarily a recent development, but that's happened, and it's all kinds of scary shit that's happening.
Yeah. Even your cell phones, the Alexa and all that bullshit, they start talking to each other, and they'll switch over to some other crap you can't understand.
Roger. Yeah, well, these days the baby monitors are gonna, stage some kind of coup.
Yeah, it's called unplug it. No power, no nothing.
It'll probably absorb energy some other way.
There's always ways of shutting that shit down.
Roger, that's the theory.
Triple feature, mother.
Getting to be like that Terminator movie. The only way to destroy it, I guess, is to drop it down into a molten hot metal, and just completely disintegrate it.
speaking of that, one of the comments, Terminator started as a science fiction series. Now it's turning into a documentary.
Right, yeah, exactly. Started out as science fiction, now it's like a modern true horror or whatever.
I heard another crybaby out there.
Let's see, we got somebody crying a river. They're going to have to pump if I cannot hear all their shrill declarations.
And when I first keyed up, they started growling and shit.
Roger. Well, I went down to get a police report the other day at downtown, Central Records, and I was in a minor accident last week. Somebody hit me from behind, and my device wasn't working. It wouldn't connect to a cell tower for voice communications or texting, and so I asked the guy who hit me from behind to make the call. I'm pretty sure he did, and I asked him to call back, and he did, but we waited an hour, a good hour, over an hour, for the law enforcement to show up. They did not show up. I did flag down another police officer, but he really didn't help us other than telling us to exchange information and all that shit. And that's what the other guy wanted to hear for sure. But anyway, did not get a police report that day. Showed up at, the police central records to get one. They said, well, I'm not in the system. They gave me a number to call. I called that out there. On my new device I had, I called that out there. And an officer showed up pretty quick, but he was just bitching at me, complaining I was keeping him from going to a major crime scene over that, minor crap or something. And anyway, he left, and I called that number again. They sent him back over there, and finally talked him into making out some kind of little report. It wasn't really what I wanted, but it's all I got.
Them cops are useless. If there ain't somebody getting chased or somebody shooting a gun or some kind of crap, they're not interested. That's like when they fucking was stealing shit at my job. I told y'all about that. Motherfucker come out there and didn't want to do his job. He just handed me a paper and write down everything and turn it in. Well, motherfucker, that's your job. That's what you get paid to do.
Roger that. Yeah. And I was telling him, I pay taxes to, support him, public service. And he says, yeah, to go to emergency, go out on emergency calls. And I think I said, yes, also non-emergency calls and all that.
Well, and them cops, I don't know what the fuck, dude. That shit's so retarded anymore. They don't do their job like they're supposed to. They're more interested in going out and thinking there's some kind of military shit.
Roger. And this officer, he's young. He's a white guy. And the way he carried on and crying to me about all the shit, he's kind of like a modern day Barney Fife, to be honest with you.
Yeah, them young cops are the worst ones.
Roger, yeah, he hadn't been on the force very long, and no doubt they had him doing the light stuff, to see if he could handle something, heavier. So I don't think he did very good on the light stuff. Man, I thought I would encounter some kind of professional attitude, but I was disappointed, but oh well. Well, where'd our crybaby go out there? I don't think he's ever got strong enough for me to receive him. He's probably jumping up and down out there somewhere. I think I'll take advantage of this intermission to go refill my coffee.
Damn it. They're calling Greta Thunberg the Doom Goblin.
Looks like I'm going to work my way over. Wow. Well, I ended up losing my...
Oh, man.
Started a lawn mowing business, and then I started watching my weight, what I was eating. Well, I haven't gained any weight. I haven't lost. Well, I flexed, but it's a few pounds. Are you going out to 40? Yes, ma'am. Alright, I just was going to make sure.
Some old crybabies, man. They came in there and they jumped up and down. They got recognized and then they disappeared.
No doubt about it. That made their day, I guess.
Yeah, they're going down the road going, oh, looky what I did.
They may be checking off the boxes.
Call it in now, probably 2 years.
Almost like the QSL cards in the past.
I get mine at a health store, but you can get it on.
Yeah, I left some comments on, I think it was on Reddit and some other deals. They was talking about that guy up there in Illinois, or that, I guess he hangs out on Channel 39 or something. That's what they keep referring to, Channel 39. And then that deal I was reading, the FCC's report, they said CB band goes from 26,965 to 27,495. They said that 40 channels. So I don't know who the hell's running the show over, but they need to go back to fucking school or something.
I know you're right. Yeah, they got the band a little bit wider than it actually is, didn't they? Yeah, you know, I know. I think channel 40 was 27.405 megahertz.
Yeah.
Well, what did the guy in Illinois do?
He was playing a Roger B, I guess Dead Can or some shit. There's like a whole bunch of them on there, but yeah, the wording of all the reports is, I think they'd just fall apart if motherfucker, went up against them. Because they say, we assume, and all this shit, and apparently, they use apparently and assume a lot in these reports.
Well, no.
They said he was doing one-way communications or something, I don't know. But it's been going on for a while. This dude, I think it was in 99 or something like that. There's 14,000, and then I think there's quite 3 or 4 of them. It's like 20,000, 25,000. And he just got one last month for another 25,000. He just keeps doing it, and they got his address, all that. I looked it up, and he's drives a little Honda Civic with a magnet mount on it. I ain't for sure what his CB handle is. I couldn't find nobody that knew who he was. And I left a comment on a bunch of different social media sites that were talking about it. I said, why don't they go after them people on Channel 6? Oh, is that racist? That's all I put on there.
Yeah, it makes you wonder. Morning.
Yeah, but it's retarded as shit. Why go after somebody doing that when you got motherfuckers on Channel 6, 11, and 28 that's running 10,000 freaking watts and shit, and running these big old freaking glass tube crap, wiping everything out. Oh, but no, we can't do that, because them ain't, them are special people.
Roger, and you remember the Prime Minister, I don't know if he's still on CB or not, but I think he used to run probably 50K or more, and of course the neighbors kept raising hell, something might have been done, but anyway, he was putting out just a shitload of power.
Yeah, if they wanted to clean up the airways, they need to start with Channel 6 and 11, and I think 8. I've been noticing it's pretty much all right in there. But they ain't gonna do that once they find out who's using that equipment, and they got the wrong skin color. They're gonna back off, and that's why none of them get in trouble. That's why they're all out here running 10,000 freaking watts all the time. They know I'm a black person, and I'll get away with it. They won't fuck with me.
Don't forget 19.
How the game is played. Real black man.
Don't forget 19.
Nah, I don't hear them on here. I hear them bleeding over onto here.
Is that level playing field that the media sometimes refers to?
Yeah, I don't never really hear no big radios out here on this channel. We're always on the Super Bowl or the Trucker Channel or some bullshit down there. And they tear up the whole freaking band.
Well, I'm wondering, I guess I should assume that those big operators run those big quad antennas as well.
I don't know, but I'd think they would fix their shit. You could contain all that and put it closer to the channel you're talking on, you'd have a badass son-bitchin' radio. But they crank that shit all the way up and turn their audio far as they fucking get it and then scream into the mic, and it just throws it out of whack, tears up the whole band.
Roger, they're just putting out a shitload of harmonics all up and down the band and outside the band.
Yeah, there's been quite a few times I couldn't hear the mud ducks out here. Them little guys that jump up and down, got their little $1,000 Chinese radios. There's all them shit coming off them other channels, wipes them out.
Roger, but they still got all the pretty lights.
I could put my name on my radio. You said it says my name on the screen right there.
They're famous. It's on the marquee.
And my radio matches my disco light.
Yeah. Play that funky music.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna buy some of them and check them out. Start looking that stuff up and researching it, find the best one. Think about putting me a T on my tire and put two of them little wind generator things. Put two of them up there about halfway up above the roof line.
Oh, you can't do that.
I say, hey, that's my wind. That's just for my weather station thing. That's what I tell 'em. It's my weather station monitor.
What's so fucking hard about this? You either go left or you go right. What the fuck's so hard? Figure out you either go left or you go right, but we gotta slow down.
Hell yeah, it's my weatherman radio. Some people like to run storm radios. I just disconnect.
I'm in these fucking cars. I wasn't meaning you, I was meaning these fucking cars.
Yeah, I've seen these ones that it's a low RPM magnet motor. It's 3-phase. And then you put it on a rectifier, it goes down to 2. And then you hook up your charging circuit, whatever. It's just to run to your batteries.
I guess we got another officer involved shooting, southeast OKC, and you probably were talking about it already.
That Scorpio over there?
It sounds like we got one less criminal in the world now. Well, I guess traffic's moving normally out there. I have not heard otherwise. Another wonderful day in paradise. Well, at least the temperature is nice this morning. It was a humid sumbitch yesterday, but feels pretty good out here this morning. I hear somebody way out there, but just barely. Well, I guess we had an officer-involved shooting over about southeast 44th and Bryant this morning.
Yeah, they're saying on this news, Jim, with 59th and Bryant.
Right, oh really? Well, anyway, maybe they'll get on the same page, but on Channel 9, that's what it said, 44th.
Yeah, Channel 4 said 59th, but yeah, that's over in all that bad area.
Roger, now I see a sign at 55th and Evanbrook, so I guess that's the reason for the discrepancy. It could be either way, I suppose.
Yeah, in the area. Yeah, that's over in that damn Oak Cliff.
Roger. It sounds like a place I should make a note that I don't want to relocate to, but anyway.
Yeah, that's why my mom sold her house up there off of Bryant.
Roger, well, I don't blame her. I try to stay away from that crime wave.
Yeah, she did that back during the mid-'80s.
Roger that. She saw way ahead of most people what was going on, Roger.
Yep, when you took a virtually quiet area, and when those apartments there, just west of, or just east of Bryant on 44th on the south side of the road, was sold out from the U.S. military to private individuals, because it used to be like barrack housing or whatever, until they built all them new barracks out there at Tinker. Well, they sold that shit off, and then the one up there closer to 29th, and then come all the trash from the northeast side down there, and then it just got worse and worse. It didn't take 2 years for that place to get fucked up.
Roger that. That's sad.
Yep. And now we lived west of Bryant, back behind the Votech. Dude, they started drifting up in there. Hell, they were having drive-by shootings in the parking lots in the middle of broad daylight, chasing each other in circles.
Roger. Yeah, it sounds like the Wild West.
Yeah, that's what it turned to. My mom said, fuck this shit. She was, I'm out here. They were going around stealing people's cars in the neighborhoods, spray painting gang graffiti everywhere.
Roger. Well, man, that's...
Yep.
Yep, it's time to move. Or get out there with a shotgun and, clean up the streets or whatever.
I'm stuck right now. I'm in between two crazy worlds. You go east of me, you got the crazy blacks. You go west of me, you got the crazy Mexicans.
Roger, yeah. You're in that, the DMZ.
Yeah, I'm in that neutral zone, thank God.
On that note, I'm going to go get a refill. I'll be right back.
Roger.
Well, one thing I liked about yesterday crisis is over. His son came back out. Everything's fine, you know. And I just went about my business and, you know, went out and about taking care of missions.
Yeah, Oklahoma does Oklahoma.
Roger that.
Damn it. This guy over in Florida, he was pressured to confess he killed his dad. And they got video of it and shit. And they finally, after 17 hours or some shit, they had him so fucked up, he was admitting telling him to admit to this and that. Then they stuck him in a mental hospital. But his dad at the time was at the airport going to visit his sister.
Roger, yeah, it's a lot of unfair bullshit goes on in interrogations.
And that guy they did it to got $900,000.
Roger, and I've heard of like people who've been unfairly, wrongly incarcerated for years and decades, ultimately suing for millions, I believe.
What's fucked up is that them 3 cops, none of them's been disciplined or fired. They've been promoted.
Yeah, that's all fucked up.
Let's pat them on the back for being dipshits.
Yeah, the hell I don't know, they showed up at the dude's house for something. And they seen some blood on the carpet or whatever. The next thing you know, he's in there. They're saying he killed his dad, but they ain't even got no body. Nothing.
Roger, yeah. Yeah, that's one thing they need for sure. To prove a case.
His dad was at the damn airport.
Roger. Well, you've heard about people who've sued for millions for wrongful imprisonment after DNA technology proved that they were telling the truth. But I hope that we get law enforcement back the way they were around here and everywhere. It's probably the same problem. No, I don't know. I don't think it's that way down here anymore. But I remember, like, you know, a few years ago, I was in a minor accident down around Norman, and didn't take that long for law enforcement to respond.
It's probably the Norman police. Yeah, if it's over here in Oklahoma City, these DEI hires that they don't even know the laws that they're doing. They're just collecting revenue. That's all they are. Revenue collectors, unless, you know, they get to shoot their gun or drive their car real fast, you know. Other than that, you need help, they probably won't ever show up. And I can, you know, first-hand account of that happening at a business, not even a residence. I could see, you know, oh, that's just somebody in there, but a freaking business be getting robbed, and they still don't call back. They don't show up. So, you know.
Roger that. Well, no wonder some of them store owners go ahead and cap their ass and solve a problem right then and there.
And then when you do start calling, all I got was a runaround. Oh, you need to call this department over here And then when you call them, they want you to call the motherfuckers you just called. It's like a runaround. They got their little bullshit scam going on. They just pass you around until you finally get tired and leave them alone.
Roger. They make you into a little ball inside a pinball machine or something.
Doing circles.
But that one I met recently was almost like some high school kid that had on a police uniform trying to act like they were a policeman.